1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Old Beatles songs ranked from least favorite to favorites. Of course, it's a personal kind of list. I'm sure no one will have exactly the same list, but that's not the point, you know. If I would make this list tomorrow, number 172 of today would be maybe number 93 or something. It's just a way to talk about Beatles songs, old Beatles songs. So it's just a way to talk about each Beatles song. You don't have to take the positions that serious. So let's start without much further ado. I've counted 212 Beatles songs. I'm not sure, maybe I've forgotten one or two, but it's about they have about 212 songs. Number 212 is, and I also include cover versions. Number 212 is Honey Don't from Beatles for Sale, 1964. It's my least favorite Beatles song according to this list, according to today. But that doesn't mean I hate that song, because I'm the biggest Beatles fan in the world. So I even kind of like this song. But it's just the most uninteresting song at this particular moment to me. It's, you know, I prefer the version on Live at the BBC, and that was sung by John Lennon. On Beatles for Sale, it's given to Ringo to sing so that he has a song on the album. I prefer John's version, but I can see why Ringo got to sing the song, because it's a Carl Perkins rockabilly song, and you know, he's a big fan of Carl Perkins and of country music and of rockabilly. I myself, I'm not a big fan of all those rockabilly and Carl Perkins songs, but it's okay. Number 211 is Hold Me Tight from With the Beatles, 1963, by, it's credited Lennon McCartney. It's more of a Paul McCartney song. It's probably the only song that I know of, and I think I know every song Paul has ever made. It's the only song where he's singing out of tune. Not the complete song, but there are 2 or 3 moments that are a bit worrisome, where he's really out of tune. But I like the energy of the song. So it's you know, the funny thing about that is that that's the only song that Paul McCartney wrote twice. You know, 10 years later he wrote a song also called Hold Me Tight for Retro Speedway, which is also one of his worst songs. So Hold Me Tight by Wings is probably my least favorite Wings song, and Hold Me Tight by the Beatles is one of my least favorite Beatles songs. So he should stop calling songs Hold Me Tight. Number 210 is this song, P.S. I Love You, the B-side of the first Beatles single, the B-side of Love Me Do. Well, it's the first of many letter style songs by Paul McCartney, but it's the least successful in that regard. He also, you know, All My Loving and Paperback Writer are also 2 that come to mind, where it's just quite interesting. The lyrics are in the form of a letter, but it's, you know, it's not very special, that song. Number 209 is Ask Me Why. I think I've got it here as well. It's the B-side of the second Beatles single, Please Please Me. And it was also on the first Beatles album, Please Please Me. It's by John. It's the first song written mainly by John. You know, nothing special about it. Very, you know, today it sounds very old-fashioned. But that's not the fault of the song or of John. That was the time. And it's pretty much like a time capsule to the early 60s sound. Number 208 is from the Let It Be album, and now it's George. So each Beatle already has had his song. It's For You Blue by George Harrison, which is again a nice song, but a bit pointless, a bit boring. It's kind of a boring song to me. Number 207 is the B-side from the Beatles' third single, From Me to You, and that song is Thank You Girl, and that's like Ask Me Why and P.S. I Love You. Those early songs always had those personal pronouns thing going, where they are addressing the fan directly, and it's a bit with today's, after they blossomed to be those big songwriters today, it seems a bit like those are like teeny bopper songs, as it was called in the early 60s. It's not very artistic songs, but again, it's all right. Number 206 is Little Child, also from With the Beatles, 1963. So apart from For You Blue, all those songs are from 1963 and 1964. Little Child, it's a bit better. I like it a bit more than Hold Me Tight from With the Beatles. Little Child is more of a John Lennon-McCartney song. It's got good energy, but again, it's, with the Beatles, I really like With the Beatles, but those kind of songs, they were like, there wasn't much thought put into the production. It's very quick. It sounds very like get in and record the goddamn song in 3 hours or something like that. But it's alright. It's got good energy. The next one is also from With the Beatles, 205. Till There Was You, a cover version. I don't even know who wrote the song. It's from a musical, I think. I'm not a fan of musicals at all, so I don't really care for who wrote it and what the original sounds like. It's also a bit boring to me. I ranked it higher than those 5 or 6 songs before that because it has something about it is interesting. It's jazzy, that makes it a bit more like a special song for the Beatles. It's not the run-of-the-mill Beatles stuff. It has interesting chords, I suppose, and so that's Paul McCartney for the first time, maybe trying to mix things up a little bit, but it's not one of my favorites. Yeah. Next one is 204 is from Help, from 1965, also a cover version, the last cover version they ever recorded, I think. That's Dizzy Miss Lizzy. Nothing special to me about that song. It's by Larry Williams. They recorded several Larry Williams songs. I prefer the version on Live Peace in Toronto, the John Lennon solo album from 1969, but it's not one of my favorite songs. Next one is Matchbox. I don't think it was on an original British Beatles album ever, but it was on this EP, which is the most interesting EP the Beatles ever made, because it's the only EP that contained, the British version contained stuff that wasn't issued on albums before, so that makes the Long Tall Sally EP an interesting one. But Matchbox is my least favorite song on that EP. It used to be a song that Pete Best was singing in the Cavern Club days, and after they changed to Ringo had to sing this song. I'm not very fond of it. The next one, 202, also sung by Ringo, and the first time Ringo had a songwriting credit on a Beatles album. It's the only Beatles song ever to be credited Lennon, McCartney, Starkey. What Goes On from Rubber Soul. One of the best albums, in my opinion. It's my second favorite Beatles album. The second favorite Beatles album, but it's the worst track on Rubber Soul. When asked what his contribution to the songwriting was, Ringo said about 3 words. That was his answer. I wrote about 3 words. Maybe the words "what goes on," I don't know. The next one, 201, is "Flying," the first instrumental, maybe the only instrumental the Beatles ever released on Magical Mystery Tour 1967. You know, it's an instrumental. It fulfills its purpose. You know, it was just a thing they needed for the film. Magical Mystery Tour was a film, and they needed a bit with an instrumental, so you can't really blame them. It's not like a bad song. It's just they needed it for the film. Number 200 is also from Magical Mystery Tour. Again, George Harrison, his second entry. It's Blue Jay Way. It's an interesting story behind that song. The lyrics are interesting because it's about in the summer of love, 1967. George Harrison traveled to San Francisco and then also Los Angeles to visit Derek Taylor, the at that time ex-press agent of the Beatles, and he didn't find. I think that the taxi driver didn't find the way to the address where Derek Taylor was living. It was somewhere in the Hollywood Hills, of course, in the hippie time, and the lyrics are basically what George Harrison, his conversation with the taxi driver and how do we get to that address in Blue Jay Way. But the song itself, the music, is a bit boring. But it's good. Don't get me wrong. I like each and every Beatles song, but we have to rank them here. So it's my number 200. 199 is Dig It from the Let It Be album. And it's on the version that got released is a snippet of a very long jam that you can listen to on all those bootlegs, and maybe in the Peter Jackson movie that is coming out, maybe we will have more of a glimpse on the song. It's like it developed out of I Dig a Pony, and it's okay for a jam, and I don't mind it on the Let It Be album. It fits the mood of the album, but it's nothing really special. It's a throwaway basically. So that was the first. Those are probably my least favorite Beatles songs, and in the next video we'll go on. Well. Last time we talked about my least favorite Beatles songs. Now it's getting better all the time. The next one is we stopped at Dig It, which was number 199, now 198. It's also from Let It Be. It's the other throwaway snippet, Maggie May, an old Liverpudlian traditional about a prostitute, I think. It's funny, it's nice, it's short, it's okay. Number 197 is a cover version again from Beatles for Sale, Mr. Moonlight. It's on most other lists I've come across often the very least favorite song. I don't mind it. It's also kind of funny. You don't have to take it too serious, I think. The voices, like when they sing it like they're from Spain or something. That's tongue in cheek, and I get that. 196 is also from Beatles. I really like Beatles for Sale. Don't get me wrong. There will be forthcoming songs which from Beatles for Sale which will be high on that list. But Kansas City, Hey Hey Hey, another cover version from Beatles for Sale is my number 196. Number 195 is I'll Cry Instead, also from 1964, but from the Hardest Night album by John Lennon. Some people really like that song. Some Beatle authors thought of it as the first Dylan-influenced Beatles song. It may be, but it's not my favorite Dylan-influenced Beatles song by a mile. 194, again, Carl Perkins. You know, my least favorite Beatles song was Honey Don't by Carl Perkins. This is Everybody's Trying to Be My Baby. Again, from Beatles for Sale. You know, I really like that album, don't get me wrong. But that's not a very good one on that album. Sung by George Harrison, big Carl Perkins fan. 193 is the first Ringo Starr song. We had What Goes On, but that was Lennon-McCartney Starkey. Now we are talking about Don't Pass Me By from the White Album. It's the first of two songs credited only to Richard Starkey that the Beatles ever released. I think he wrote it many years before they recorded it. I think he tried it again and again and again throughout the 60s to to get the other three to put this on an album, and finally when the White Album was released, there were so many songs, so it was okay. It's a nice song, you know. I kind of like it, but it's not, you know, it's not a big classic. 192, Babies in Black. I know that John Lennon and Paul McCartney both really loved that song. They even played it from the moment it was released until their last tour. They played it from 1965 to the last concert in Candlestick Park, 1966. So it was one of their own favorites. They liked, from interviews from Paul McCartney, I know they liked it that it was the first waltz they wrote, so it was something different. It opened them up for new kind of arrangements. The topic is also maybe interesting because there's speculation that it might be about Astrid Kircher, who was the photographer of the Hamburg photos of the Beatles and was also one of those people who created the Beatle haircut for the Beatles, because 2 years previous to Lennon-McCartney writing Babies in Black, Stuart Sutcliffe died, who was the fifth Beatle, and she was together with, she was engaged even to Stuart Sutcliffe at the time that he died, and so there's speculation that this might be a song about her having to deal with the loss of Stuart Sutcliffe. I don't know if that's true, but could be. Number 191 is I'm a Loser, another very Dylan-influenced John Lennon-McCartney song, also from Beatles for Sale. Well, we already have half of the album, but I really liked that album. So I think that probably there's a second half on that album that is not that good, because you will see there are other songs that are way up high from Beatles for Sale. I'm a Loser, a good song. It's good, kind of honest lyrics. You know, that was John Lennon at the start of his Dylan phase, which funnily enough was also at the same time his Fat Elvis period. So according to him, his Dylan period and his Fat Elvis period overlapped, and I'm a Loser is about that. That's the song about that period. Number 190, now Paul McCartney. We didn't have much Paul McCartney yet. All Together Now, from the Yellow Submarine soundtrack. It's a nice children's song, but nothing more really. 189 is Bad Boy, which was issued on Beatles 6 and which was an American release, and for the British and European audiences it was first released on, what was it called? Oldies But Goldies, that 1966 compilation album. Not a favorite song of mine. Yeah. Number 188, I'm Down, B-side to Help, which is, you know, this almost the same subject. Help, I'm down. It's both songs are about being down, and one is by John Lennon, which is much better than I'm Down, and I'm Down is by Paul McCartney. Of course, I really love the live version from the Shea Stadium show. That's iconic. That's, for Beatles fans, probably one of their favorite live moments, when they all are in hysterics on stage. But the studio version is a bit it doesn't have the punch that the live version often had. There's also a nice live version from the 66 tour that you can find on YouTube from, I think, Munich or one of those German shows in 1966, where they forget the lyrics, which is also very funny. So the live version, live versions of this song would be much higher. 187 is Wild Honey Pie. Many people think this is that's the worst Beatles song. But I think in the context of the album, and the White Album is my favorite album of all time by any artist, in the context of the album, it really works. And it was allegedly the favorite, or one of the favorite Beatles songs by Patty Harrison. So I don't know what music she liked apart from that, but very interesting, tasty music. Number 186 is the one after 909 from the Let It Be album, but written maybe one of the first Lennon-McCartney compositions ever, maybe written even in the 1950s when they were teenagers. And they tried to record it. They had an attempt on that song, I think in 1963, probably for the With the Beatles album. And then in 1969 they tried again, and that was issued on Let It Be. And it's okay. 185 is Only an Orphan Song by George Harrison, also for the Yellow Submarine soundtrack. It was recorded, or 90% of the song at least were recorded during the Sgt. Pepper sessions. But George Martin famously put that song down, the producer, and said, "George, you have to write something decent. This is going to be a very good album. You have to write something special." That wasn't very nice from George Martin, but in the end it led to With and You Without You, which is a much better song in my opinion. 184, It's Only Love from Help, and also from the American version of Rubber Soul. John Lennon, who wrote it, hated it. I think he said something like, "This is just another rubbish song," something like that. But I like it. It's a nice love song. And I think one of the reasons he put down many of those kind of romantic songs from the early mid-60s is he gave those interviews when he put those songs down when he was already together with Yoko. And those songs were probably about Cynthia, and he had to play the importance of Cynthia down after he got together with Yoko Ono. So maybe it wasn't that honest from him to slack those songs off. 183 is Dig a Pony, or I Dig a Pony, from Let It Be. Very funny lyrics, very surreal lyrics by John Lennon, but it would have needed more effort, I think. If this would have been recorded for Abbey Road, maybe it would have been much better. It wasn't really rehearsed that well, I think. 182 is another cover version. It's Act Naturally from Help. That's an interesting song, country song for Ringo to sing. Ringo was, especially in the early movies, A Hard Day's Night, Help, he was labeled the good actor from the Beatles. He got the best critics as an actor in A Hard Day's Night and Help. And so the song is a bit about, it's not about it because they didn't write it, but I think they recorded it because they wanted to. It's like a response to Ringo's image as the actor in the Beatles. And then the last one for this segment before we go to further to the better ones is number 181. It's I Get You. I think I've got the single. Which single was it on? No, I don't find it now. But it was a B-side, and it's from She Loves You. I think it was from She Loves You, the B-side. Yeah, it's from the early B-sides, up until that time the best B-side. And the first line is "Imagine I'm in love with you," I think, and you know that could be like when John Lennon made the song "Imagine" 8 years later. That was like a bit of an inspiration to the hook line, to the start of the song "Imagine," probably. So that's quite interesting if you think about that, the melody and the way he sings the word "imagine." Yeah. So more Beatle songs in the next video. Well. Now we've come to the third part of my. I think it's the third of my ranking each and every Beatles song, which is mad to even try to do that. And we're at number 180, and 180 is "Another Girl," Lennon McCartney, written mainly by Paul McCartney, also featured in the Help movie. I really like the Help movie. I also like the scene. There's an interesting nugget about that. The song itself isn't that interesting. It's maybe the worst song. According to this ranking, it's the worst song from the soundtrack of Help. But there's the story that when they filmed that in the Bahamas, there's the Beatles playing, which is not very PC today, but they play on girls in bikinis. They're supposed to be their instruments, and they play on those models. And there's also the story that Paul McCartney was offered heroin by one of those models. That was the first time, allegedly, that one of the Beatles was offered hard drugs. So they shot it in February 1965 in the Bahamas, and one of those models said to Paul, "Hey Paul, you wanna try some shit with me?" And she wanted to take heroin with him, and he declined. I always thought when I read that in one of those Beatles books, had he said yes, if he said yes, the complete story would be different. Maybe we would have gotten completely different Beatles music, because John Lennon from 1968 to 1970 was often on heroin, and it very much influenced the music and also the relationship of the Beatles. So it's very good that he declined it, I think. Would be a completely different story with Paul on crack from 1965 onwards. So that's what I have to say about "Another Girl." Number 179 is "Yes It Is," the B-side from "Ticket to Ride." It's a very good song. Three part vocal harmonies by John, Paul and George. Maybe not John's best lyrics, but a good song. It's a good song. It's This Boy Part 2, not as good as This Boy, but it's still good. So, number 178, this is Stefan from the future, because I forgot last time round, I forgot number 178 and 177, so don't be confused, it's still me. 178 is Roll Over Beethoven, cover version of a Chuck Berry song. It's a very good song, the original. The cover version isn't that good. That's again the old With the Beatles problem I've talked about. This is, some of the songs on that album are a bit like Get In Quick and more so than Beatles for Sale. Beatles for Sale is often accused of being an album between tours, and they didn't have much time, but I think there were occasions when they had to record like 5 or 6 songs in a day for With the Beatles, and I can imagine that Roll Over Beethoven was one of those instances. Live versions of Roll Over Beethoven by the Beatles are often much better, and even George Harrison's solo on his Japan tour in 1991 is much better, much more energy. So it's a bit of a not so good version, the studio version of Roll Over Beethoven. 177 is Her Majesty, which is like the invention of the bonus track, of the hidden track, which was of course or so Paul McCartney said, accidental. I don't really believe him. I think he always wanted it that way. But there was a phase when they recorded Abbey Road when Her Majesty was planned for like in the middle of the medley. But I think very quickly it dawned on everybody that it doesn't fit in the middle that well. So it was it's basically a hidden track. So like 20 seconds. I don't have to tell you. Everybody knows that 20 seconds after the last bit of the end, there's Her Majesty, which is a nice, funny segment, but nothing more really. So now back to the Stefan from the past. 176, I Call Your Name from the, we've already had it, the Long Tall Sally EP. I think one of the earliest songs John Lennon ever wrote. Some people think it might be about his mother, the loss of his mother. Like I Lost My Little Girl by Paul. Maybe it's about Paul's mother on a subconscious level. I don't know, but it's a good song. 175 is Polyphene Pam, the first of the songs from the Abbey Road medley that are going to be mentioned in this videos series. It's a nonsense song. It's a funny, rocking nonsense song in the medley. 174 is When I Get Home from A Hard Day's Night. Good rocking song. Classic Beatlemania phase Beatles song. Those are the songs that I don't really have much to say about. They are fine, they're decent, but they're nothing special really. Number 173, again the Abbey Road medley, Mean Mr. Mustard. Very funny song. Yeah, very funny song. I think written in India in 1968. Yeah, but those bits like Polyphene Pam, Mean Mr. Mustard are just parts in a greater piece of work. The medley. If we would count the Abbey Road medley as one song, it would be a top 10 Beatles song. But we don't do that here. Number 172, I'm So Happy Just to Dance with You. From A Hard Day's Night, also from the movie, written by Lennon McCartney, given to George Harrison. Paul McCartney once said that he and John they didn't really like that song, and a way to get those songs, it wasn't very nice to give those kind of songs to George to sing, because they would have been embarrassed to sing them themselves. But I think it's a good song, I don't agree that it's a rubbish song like Paul suggested. It has good energy. 171 is Sun King, also from the Abbey Road side too. It's a bit boring. It's not really John's best. It's by far not John's best song on that album, but it has a good mood. It's one of those songs you have to be at the right time. It's good in summer. It's a summer song to me. I think I enjoy it more in summer than I enjoy it in winter. Number 170 is Tell Me Why. A Hard Day's Night again. Yeah, another one of those songs like When I Get Home, and later we will have Anytime at All. Those are the great up-tempo Beatles, Mercy Beat Beatles. That was the energy is what makes those songs great and stand out more than the songwriting itself. 169 is Maxwell Silverhammer. Many people hate that song. It's often regarded as the worst song on Abbey Road. But again, we had that with one of the previous songs, I think Mr. Moonlight. Sometimes people take things way too serious when it comes to Beatles songs. It's of course a very funny song. some people accuse this song of being Paul's granny music, as they often call it. But it's a song about a mass murderer, so you have to see the context of the song. That's not granny music, you know. It's a song about a serial killer, and that makes it interesting to me. 168 is "I Me Mine" from Let It Be, from George Harrison. This is the last song the Beatles ever recorded. This was, you know, they recorded bits of it in early 1969 when during the Get Back sessions, but this is one of the two songs. Let It Be is the other one that had a recording session in 1970. In January 1970, there were the last Beatles recording sessions ever without John. John already quit secretly. But Paul, George and Ringo finished Let It Be and I Me Mine, and I think I Me Mine was the very, very last Beatles recording session ever. It must be around January 10th, 1970. It's a good song. And, you know, it's a song you can already tell from reading the lyrics of the song that the Beatles weren't that, you know, good friends at that time anymore. 167 is Cry Baby Cry by John Lennon, another song that John Lennon himself hated. I think it's a good song, but I can see why he didn't really regard it that good, because at that time he had those great concept songs and songs with meaning and political stuff, and Cry Baby Cry is just a nothing lyric a bit. It's probably his last Lewis Carroll influenced, his last kind of psychedelic lyric, but not as good as the ones from 1967. It wasn't really a subject at that time anymore, so I can see why he didn't regard it as good. 166 is Why Don't We Do It in the Road by Paul McCartney. Great song. He wrote it, or he was inspired by it when the Beatles were in India, in Rishikesh, in early 1968, when he watched apes or monkeys, having sex on the streets, and he thought, why don't we humans act like that anymore? It's an interesting thought process. And the next one, where is it? I have to 165, A Taste of Honey, or as John Lennon called it, A Waste of Money. He didn't, it seems he didn't like that one, but I like it because it's on the first Beatles album, Please Please Me, probably the best vocal performance by Paul McCartney. It's the first time he really as a singer showed big talent, because the other songs on Please Please Me, it's more like John Lennon as a vocalist. It's his big show, but Taste of Honey is Paul McCartney for the first time showing us he's a brilliant singer, I think. The next one is also from Please Please Me, 164, and this is going to be the last one of this episode. It's Anna from Please Please Me. Great. I think it's written by a guy called Arthur Alexander, who was kind of a successful pop singer in the early 60s, but only in the early 60s. He didn't really make much after 1963, I think. And it's it's one of the better, we don't have many cover versions left, so it's I regard it one of the better, one of the more overlooked Beatles cover versions, and more in the next video. Well, next episode, in the ranking of all Beatles songs, least favorite to favorite. I don't even know which episode. Is this the third or the fourth who cares? We are at number 163. It's one more cover version, also from Please Please Me, Chains, written by by Goffin King, Carole King. It's strange to think that she wrote this song, and 10 years later with her solo album Tapestry, she herself became one of the biggest stars of the 70s. So she must have been very young. I think she was about 20 years old when she wrote the original Chains. Great song. George Harrison on vocals. Next song 162 is also with vocals by George Harrison. It's Devil in Her Heart from the With the Beatles album. It's a nice song. It's one of the cover versions I think that are really really good, but not one of the best songs. The best songs on With the Beatles. We aren't yet there. Next one is 161, also from With the Beatles. I Wanna Be Your Man, written by Lennon McCartney for the Rolling Stones. They wrote it because the Stones needed a follow-up to the first single. First single was Stoned. No, the first single was Come On. Stoned was, I think, the B-side of the first Rolling Stones single. But they needed another song, and Jagger Richards weren't yet good songwriters. So Lennon McCartney wrote I Wanna Be Your Man, and it's a good song. The Stones version especially is better than the Beatles version, but Ringo does a good job. It's a good song. Number 160 is Do You Want to Know a Secret, or as John Lennon once called it, Do You Want to Hold a Penis? You have to check out it's a very funny video of the Beatles trying to record Think for Yourself for Rubber Soul. There's a great video also on YouTube and bootlegs of it, where you can hear John Lennon sing it that way. Do you want to hold a penis? He wrote it very early on in one of his first songs, probably after being inspired by a Disney movie. I think it was Cinderella, and there's a song in that Disney movie from the 40s or 50s that's almost called Do You Want to Know a Secret, or something quite similar to Do You Want to Know a Secret. And as a child he loved that, and then he wrote it and gave it to George to sing it. 159, that's the first Beatles A-side. That's the first single. So my least favorite Beatles single is their third single, From Me to You. Lennon McCartney, they both really thought this song was a breakthrough for them as songwriters, because there's the change from major to minor chords in the middle eight. So that's quite cool. So it was a sign of them developing as songwriters. But today it's one of those songs that are maybe a bit dated, and from the early singles there are better ones. It's not the best of those great early up-tempo singles. 158 is You Can't Do That from A Hard Day's Night. It was a B-side. Let me look. I think it was the B-side either to Can't Buy Me Love or to A Hard Day's Night. Maybe. Let me have a look. But I think it was the B-side to Can't Buy Me Love. Where do I have it? Got all the Beatles singles here, but I don't find this. No. Yeah. Oh no. Yes. I was right. A Hard Day's Night B-side was Things We Said Today. Can't Buy Me Love. It's the B-side of Can't Buy Me Love. It's a great song. I think George Harrison really liked it. There's a press conference from the Beatles in mid-64, and he's asked, what's your favorite Beatles songs to play on? And he said, You Can't Do That, which is an original answer, because it's not one of the big songs, but he liked it, and his guitar playing is really good on it. So I think it's one of those songs that influenced the Byrds. The Byrds formed because they wanted to be like a blend of Bob Dylan and Beatles, and they were influenced. They loved the Hard Day's Night movie and the 12-string Rickenbacker guitar of George that George is playing on those songs and in the movie. And this is one of those songs that was very influential to the Birds song. Like Mr. Tambourine Man was like a Dylan song in the sound of A Hard Day's Night Beatles, and You Can't Do That is like the blueprint to that. The next one is, I have to look. Number 157 is the first entry from Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by John Lennon, Good Morning, Good Morning. It's a song about him being bored. It's not a boring song. Number 157, from now on we're talking about really great songs, don't get me wrong, but this is a song about him being bored with his marriage, with living in the suburbs of London, and it's a song about watching TV and it's not really interesting, but the production, with all the animal noises and so make it an interesting song. It's not the best initial idea, but the way it's recorded is of course this ground Sgt. Pepper way of larger than life songs. Next one is also from Sgt. Pepper. 156 is Lovely Rita Meter Maid by Paul McCartney. It's one of those typical mid-60s Paul McCartney third-person songs, like Baby Black Writer, and he's singing not about himself. He's not writing about himself, but like he was always, John Lennon once said about those kind of songs, it's about boring people doing boring things, but it's very charming, and that's it's a big part of Paul McCartney's charm, I think. I like this song and all those songs. I like all those songs, and Good Morning, Good Morning is exactly the same, the song we just had. What's the next one? It's really difficult with all those songs. The next one is 155 from Magical Mystery Tour, also from the movie. The big last number, Your Mother Should Know. The interesting bit that I can think of about this song is about the video, about the movie scene. Magical Mystery Tour was a project where the Beatles themselves directed and wrote the script and did everything, produced, and with help of Tony Bramwell and other people they trusted. And they didn't know much about making movies, and this was one of the first scenes they shot, and it's this big scene with the big staircase, and they're going down the stairs, and there are all those people, and they're all dressed up, and it's a grand scene. And after the scene finished, they found out they already had spent all the budget of the movie basically on this one scene. They didn't know that movie making is that expensive, so the rest of the movie had to be very cheap. They just went on that bus and then drove around England because they spent all the money on that one scene with the staircase. So that's all I've got to say about Your Mother Should Know. 154 is I'll Be Back from A Hard Day's Night, not from the movie, the B-side of the album. It's okay, it's the Beatles. All those songs are great songs, but in the context of the Beatles songs, it's an okay song. It's I think it was it Dick James, but one of the publishers of the Beatles, of Northern Songs, said to John after he heard that song, he said, "John, now you're starting to become a real good lyricist." Dick James, or I think it was Dick James, thought this was one of the first examples of John Lennon as a lyricist, doing something special. Yeah, it's good. It's a good song, but I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it's a good song. 153 again, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, Random 64. This is next to From Me to You probably the biggest classic we've had yet. It's a good song, and it's funny to think that Paul is now 78, and so he's 14 years older than that already. At the time, of course, it was funny and tongue in cheek to sing as a hippie pop songwriter singing about being that old. But it's okay, but it's not my favorite song. 152 is Long Tall Sally, from that EP. That it was on, in America it was issued on one of those albums as well, but the official international British release was this EP. Great song, especially live versions. There are great live versions of that song. It was the encore of the Beatles concerts. Great Little Richard song. I prefer the Little Richard original version. But it's a great song, and it was, at the height of Beatlemania. It was released in, I think, May or June 1964. That was probably the month they were the biggest. That was the time when they had all the 5 positions in the single charts, plus number 1 and 2 in the album charts in America. So it was a very special time, I think, and more in the next video. Well, episode 5 of all the Beatles songs ranked. We are going to start with rock and roll music, 151. Like Roll Over Beethoven, this is a cover version of a Chuck Berry song. And like Roll Over Beethoven, I think many live versions are much better than the studio version, but still it's a good cover. Number 150 is maybe one of the more controversial songs in the Beatles catalog, Run for Your Life. Nowadays it's not, you wouldn't necessarily write a song like that with those lyrics. Well, if you're a gangster rapper, maybe you would, but it's not what a typical indie guitar band would write. It's, this song is accused of being a bit sexist and against women, and I can see that, you wouldn't write this song with those lyrics today. And it's one of the weaker, one of the 2 or 3 weakest songs on Rubber Soul, not just because of that, but also because of that. But musically, it's a good song. It's a very good song. I think George Harrison was very fond of it. He liked the way he got to play lead guitar on it. He liked his lead guitar on this song. The next one is 149. I Saw Her Standing There, the very first song on the very first Beatles album by Paul McCartney. Great song. I think many people would have this song much higher, so maybe for a different reason this is also controversial. But I like the song, but there are better songs than that, in my opinion. 148 is I've Got a Feeling, also by Paul McCartney from the Get Back sessions and from the Let It Be album. It's maybe one of the last songs which was really a Lennon-McCartney song, in the sense that there is a songwriting contribution from John Lennon and there's a songwriting contribution from Paul McCartney. It's a bit like A Day in the Life when they combined 2 segments into one song, and it's a great song. The next one is another cover version, 147, Money, which was the very first Motown single ever, I think. I'm also a huge Motown Records fan. And this was the song that started the record label Motown. Barry Gordy Jr., who founded Motown, wrote this song and recorded it in his garage and released it. And in order to release it, he had to start a label, and that was the start of Motown. So that's an interesting thing about money, and it's a great version. The Beatles did a great version of it on With the Beatles. Number 146 is The Night Before, which is from the Help soundtrack. It's one of my least favorite songs of the Help soundtrack, but it's 146 is still it's very good. It's a rocker, a Paul McCartney rock song. It's not like the most philosophical song, not the deepest lyrics ever, but it's a fun song. And if you have Yesterday and The Night Before on the same album, you're doing something right. It's a kind of good balance between a song like Yesterday and The Night Before. So we have to appreciate a song like that as well. 145 is Mother Nature's Son. Also not mainly, it's 100%, let's face it, 100% Paul McCartney song from the White Album. It's one of those White Album songs with that acoustic guitar finger-picking style that John and Paul learned from Donovan when they were in India. It's probably the least exciting of those 3 or 4 songs on the White Album in that style, but it's a very good one. 144 is Long, 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 also the White Album by George Harrison. The interesting thing about that song is, on the one hand, it's inspired by my all-time favorite Bob Dylan song, which is Sad-Eyed Lady of the Lowlands, but it's just like the rhythm or bits of the melody, not what makes Sad-Eyed Lady of the Lowlands that great. It's not that's not the inspiration. It's just the vibe of the song. It's a bit like that song. And the other interesting thing about Long, Long, Long is that George Harrison had a bottle of wine on the amp, it was a Leslie speaker, I believe, and when he hit a certain string, it started to vibrate, and that was that famous noise you can hear on that spooky noise on that song is the bottle of wine vibrating on the amp, and they mic'd that up because they thought it was groovy or something like that. And it's a nice song. Of course, 143 is Revolution 1. You will see Revolution, the single version, the version on that single, will be much higher. It's one of my favorite songs, the Beatles basically. But we're not also talking about the songwriting when we are doing this ranking. It's also the recording, and the version on the White Album, Revolution 1, to me is by far not as good as the single version. John Lennon, I believe, was more a fan of the album version. He didn't understand why the other Beatles, as he put it, forced him to do that harder, quicker version. But I think he was wrong. I think the single version is much better, and I'm glad they did that version. Number 142 is Slow Down, another Larry Williams song. I think it's the last on that list. I think we've had the other two, Dizzy Miss Lizzy and Matchbox. Slow Down, also from the Long Tall Sally EP that we've talked about. To me, it's the highlight of the Long Tall Sally EP. Great cover version. What do we have now? Number 141 is Tell Me What You See, also from the Help album. It's a nice song. Many people don't really seem to like it. In most Beatles books I've read, it's usually not regarded that high, but I think it's a good song. It's hard to tell if it's more of a Paul or a John song. I suppose it's more of a Paul song, but they're both in that song. Number 140 is Words of Love. written by Buddy Holly. One of my favorite Beatles cover versions. It's from the Beatles for Sale album. Great version, especially the vocal harmonies of John and Paul are great. This song. 139 is also from Beatles for Sale. Next page. And this is Look What You're Doing. Lennon McCartney, but mostly Paul, I think. The great thing about that song is the drum intro. It's one of the first experiments, I think. One of the first time the Beatles and George Martin tried to make something to sound different. That became a bigger thing for them. But this was one, the Beatles for Sale. Beatles for Sale is very interesting because it was one of the first times when they thought, now that we are that famous and everybody is copying us, we have to reinvent ourselves, each time. This is one of the first examples of that, the drum intro. 138 is Baby It's You, written by Burt Bacharach, from the Please Please Me album. I prefer, like with Honey Don't, I prefer the version on Live at the BBC, but it's a great song, it's a great cover version, good, very, very good vocals by John Lennon. 137, now all the good cover versions are coming. You've Really Got a Hold on Me with the Beatles, Smokey Robinson song, Motown Records. As I said, I love Motown Records. And I prefer the Beatles version. I'm a big fan of Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, but I prefer the Beatles version. It's really, I really like both versions, but it's a really great version of a great song. 136 is Boys, from, I don't know, it's from the Shirelles. It's a girl group song, and Ringo sings that one on Please Please Me. It's a bit weird that he's singing about boys. It's a girl group song, and a girl group sings about how much they like boys. But Paul McCartney, in the Many Years From Now book, he said that the Beatles themselves, they didn't even pay attention to the lyrics. It never occurred to them that it's from the perspective of a girl in love with boys. So that's very nice. That's how innocent they were, or maybe not innocent, but they never even recognized that the lyrics were about girls in love with boys. But that's cool. 135 is Wait from Rubber Soul, recorded. It was written and recorded a year before. It was recorded when they recorded Help, the album Help, and there's one of the few dry spells that the Lennon-McCartney partnership ever had was, which is funny, one of the few times when Lennon-McCartney didn't have enough good song material was when they started to record Rubber Soul, which is my second favorite album of all time, and I really love Rubber Soul. And Lennon and McCartney were at one of their peaks when they recorded it, but yet at the same time, they didn't have enough good material, they thought at the time, and so they had to rely on that song that was recorded for Help, but wasn't, they didn't think it was good enough at that time when they recorded it to put it on Help, and then they put it on Rubber Soul, which was this great masterpiece. So that's a bit strange that Rubber Soul had like 10 of their best songs ever, but the 4 other songs on that album are songs like Run for Your Life or What Goes On, and Wait is also maybe one of the lesser songs on that huge masterpiece album. 134 is Please Mr. Postman, and that's also a Motown cover. It's the 3rd Motown cover on with the Beatles. It's again a great cover version, and again I prefer the cover version to the Motown original. fantastic recording of the song, great song. So that's number 134, and that's it for this video. And now episode 6 of our ranking of all Beatles songs ever. Number 133 is the second time we have a A-side, a single, a hit. It's my second least favorite Beatles single. It's The Ballad of John and Yoko. What can I say? It's a funny song. It's a great song. It's some people think it's like a boring travel vlog of John Lennon talking about his honeymoon with Yoko Ono, but I think that makes it special, that makes it stick out. In the song's lyrics, he describes those first days of their marriage when they had those peace happenings in Amsterdam and in Vienna, which is my hometown. We're recording in Vienna. And it's funny, they talk about eating chocolate cake in a bag when there was about Vienna, which is a reference to the so-called Sachertorte, which is something that tourists, I'm from Vienna and I never really been to the place where the Sachertorte is made. It's a tourist thing. But they did that in a bag because it was their bagism happening when they were hidden in a bag. And musically it's also interesting since it's one of those few songs, and it's especially at that time in the career, May 1969, where only John and Paul are on that record, because Ringo was, I think, filming. Was doing a movie at the time, and George also was, I think, in Sardinia on holiday, so Paul McCartney plays bass and drums and John Lennon plays piano and guitars on that song, The Ballad of John and Yoko. 132 is the single before, so I'm not a fan of the early 1969 singles of the Beatles. It's Get Back. It's that single. As you can see, the B-side, I prefer the B-side, which we haven't had yet. But Get Back is the A-side. It's, of course, it's a classic. The lyrics, I think that the initial lyrics are what's the most interesting thing about that song. In the beginning, Paul McCartney planned that song as a very political song, as it turned out to be a kind of nonsensical comical song, but the initial lyrics were very hot lyrics. I think there was something like meanwhile back at home, too many Pakistanis living in a council flat. Candidate Macmillan, can you tell us what your plan is? Can't you tell us where it's at? I think those were the initial lyrics, which were a critique of at that time there was a right-wing movement in England against immigration. One could even say maybe racist. There was a politician, I think his name was Enoch Powell, am I right? And he made some speeches against Pakistani immigration. And those initial lyrics by Paul McCartney were, of course, a satire and ironic about that subject. But the Beatles at that time thought maybe that's too controversial, and maybe people will misunderstand the lyrics and think that we are racist when we're singing that. In today's climate, it would be virtually impossible to do such lyrics. They would be misunderstood immediately, of course. But I think that would have been a very bold statement to make, like a very political song, a Paul McCartney song that political. But as it turned out, it's still a nice rock and roll number, but the lyrics, of course, are nonsense lyrics. And what I also want to say, great lead guitar by John Lennon. It's one of the few occasions when John Lennon really plays magnificent lead guitar and a great solo. Very bluesy, you don't get that kind of bluesy lead guitar from George Harrison, I think. Number 131 is This Boy, a B-side of I Want to Hold Your Hand, which was of course the big breakthrough single in America, the first number one of the Beatles in America. This Boy is a great B-side, from the early B-sides, the best of the 1963 B-sides, of course. Classic ballads, beautiful three-part vocal harmonies. Great song, and the live versions, many of the live versions are also very funny, because they never knew when they had to sing This Boy and when they had to sing That Boy, so they often were laughing and almost couldn't go on singing the song because they never knew when to sing which line. The next one is 130 is I'm So Tired from the White Album, again written in India, like 90% of all White Album songs. It's about John Lennon trying to meditate and not yet getting into that state, that transcendental state, and so he was very tired, as the song suggests. Next one is 129. The A side of the B side we've just had, I Want to Hold Your Hand. Of course, big hit, one of the most successful singles ever by anyone, and it kicked off Beatlemania in America. So it's a very important song, of course, but I was never that big of a fan of that song. I think some other of those early Beatles classics I do prefer, but that's just my personal opinion. Written in Wimpole Street, where Paul got together with Jane Asher in early 1963 and then moved in to Wimpole Street with her parents. Jane Asher, Peter Asher, and the parents of Jane and Peter all lived in Wimpole Street, and Paul lived there until he bought the house in Cavendish Avenue. And this is one of the few songs where John and Paul together wrote a song there in the little room. He lived in a very little room, and they wrote the song there. Next one is 128, If I Needed Someone from Rubber Soul. Up until that time, possibly the best George Harrison song. Well, not according to my list. I have two early songs way up, but most Beatle hardcore fans think that this is George's best song up until that time. I also think it's a very good song. 127, Dr. Robert from, I think this is probably the first one from Revolver. So that shows you how great that album is, at least in my opinion. Great song, Dr. Robert. It's the same subject as the Rolling Stones had about the same time with Mother's Little Helpers. It's about a doctor who prescribes basically drugs to people who want to get high. Next one is 126, Love Me Do, the first single of the Beatles. Great bluesy song. I really like that song. It's not regarded that high by many people, including the Beatles themselves, but I think it was bold that they chose that song for the first single. George Martin wanted them to do How Do You Do It, which was this slick, soppy, not very artistic number, but the Beatles really wanted to do something, bluesy, and they were like today we would say like an indie band. They wanted to make something not because it's commercial, but because they believed in it. And I think Love Me Do is much better than, in the context of the time. I think it's better than it's given credit for. Number 125, You Like Me Too Much. Again, George Harrison, again, 1965. This is from the Help, not from the Help soundtrack, but from the Help album. It's the song doesn't have really something special about it, but it's a very nice song. This is one of those songs that aren't really. Many people probably would have this song much lower because it doesn't stick out in any way, but it's really a nice melody in my opinion, and I think heartfelt lyrics about Patty. The next song is 124. It's Getting Better, from the Sgt. Pepper album. We're all tired, I think, about of Paul McCartney telling the story how they wrote the song. It's one of this, almost like Yesterday and Let It Be, one of those three things he's basically saying in every interview, so I'm not going to repeat the story, but yeah, it's written by him and John, and it's a great, typical, optimistic McCartney song from Sgt. Pepper. It's a good song. And the last one for episode 6, I think this is the 6th episode, is one of Paul's favorite Beatles songs, You Know My Name, Look Up the Number, which is the B-side of the Beatles' last single, Let It Be. But of course it wasn't recorded during the time of Let It Be, or maybe bits of it were, but this was a song the Beatles worked on from 1966 to 1969, whenever they felt like they had a funny idea for the song, they recorded a take of it, and the version on Let It Be is like a mix of all those funny ideas. It's more like a collage, and it's not really a song, like a pop song, but it's a very funny number, and I can see why Paul McCartney likes that song so much, because probably it reminds him of those fun times when they recorded it. And it has Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones on saxophone. So that was episode 6. Well, episode 7. We're at number 122. Love You Too is number 122. It's from Revolver, or also from Yesterday and Today. This is the famous Butcher cover, which was of course banned. It's the first Indian song, the first true sitar song. Of course there was Norwegian Wood on Rubber Soul, but that was more like a gimmick on a John Lennon song. But Love You Too is the first real heavy Indian Ravi Shankar influenced Beatles and George Harrison song. I like it. Number 121 is She Came In Through the Bathroom Window from Abbey Road, from the medley again. I think it's a very good song, but since it's just a part of the medley, it's not really a worked out real song. I think it could be higher if it were like a real 3-minute pop song. It's one of the first lyrics by Paul about Linda, and it's a very good song. I think it was one of the famous favorite songs of George Harrison from Abbey Road. There's an interview with George from, I think, October 1969, at the time when he wasn't really good friends with Paul anymore, but he still praised that song, which is, I think, remarkable at that time. Number 120 is by George, Sapphire Truffle, and I just talked about George not being good friends with Paul anymore. Well, this is maybe the first Beatles song ever where a Beatle has a dig at another Beatle. It's there's the line, what is the line in the second verse? We all know obla di bla da, but can you tell me where you are? Which of course is George having a dig at Paul. The rest of the song is more funny or more lightweight because it's about Eric Clapton's addiction to chocolate and candies. So there's also the line, "You have to have your teeth pulled out," which is like, Eric, if you eat so much chocolate, you have to go to the dentist and you will have to have your teeth pulled out. So lightweight song at a dark time. The next one is George Harrison. This is the episode 7 is the George Harrison episode. 119, I Want to Tell You from Revolver. I never heard an early version of it. I don't think there are many bootlegs of it, but it's widely known that it wasn't really a very good song, and that Paul McCartney rearranged that song. The intro, the outro, all those little bits are supposedly ideas from Paul, but it makes the song really a good song. Number 118 is I'm Looking Through You from Rubber Soul, mainly a Paul McCartney song about Jane Asher. That was the start of Paul having, not being satisfied anymore with the relationship to Jane. I think at that time he suspected that she's having an affair with a fellow actor when she was doing a play in Bristol, and Paul had suspicions that she had an affair with him, and that song I'm Looking Through You is about that. The one interesting thing about it is that on the American version of Rubber Soul, it's a different mix. There's even a false start left in at the beginning. At the American version, they start the song and then it falls apart and they have to start again, which probably was an accident by Capitol Records, by the American label. Interesting version. Number 117 is, again George Harrison. So now we had 4 George Harrison songs in a row. That's not on purpose. That's how it came out. Really, it's Think for Yourself. The most interesting thing about Think for Yourself, I think I've talked about it in a previous episode. You have to check out on YouTube, if it's still on there, the recording session of Think for Yourself. This is the bootleg. This is the recording session where we have most footage of. There's like a 40-minute bit of the recording of the song, which is great, which is a Beatle fan dream come true. Very funny, where John Lennon always gets the background vocals wrong, and it's kind of funny how they react to that. You have to check that out. Number 116 is Good Day Sunshine, also from Revolver, from Paul McCartney. I've read a Beatles ranking list online, and it was the worst Beatles song ever according to that list. I can't understand that there are much worse songs. Now number 115, we're in a territory. All those songs are almost classics, or not almost. Those are classics. I think Good Day Sunshine is a classic. Now we're talking about almost perfect pop songs. So I can't understand how they could put that song in the last place. It's a great pop song in my opinion. Number 115. So Good Day Sunshine was 116. 115 is Hello Goodbye. It's a bit like Good Day Sunshine Part 2. It's a bit similar. It's also very optimistic, Paul McCartney, sunny pop song, and the outro probably was like a precursor to the Hey Jude, to the iconic Hey Jude outro. That's the first time he tried something like that. The video, I really love the music video with Paul and John dancing. Great song in my opinion. 114 is And Your Bird Can Sing from Revolver. It's about Marianne Faithfull. You know, in Liverpool, Northern England, bird refers to a girl, which is maybe nowadays not that PC anymore. But And Your Bird Can Sing is John Lennon probably talking to Mick Jagger, you know, about Mick Jagger bragging about his girlfriend, Marianne Faithfull, who could sing. Number 113 is For No One. I think in most other lists this is way up higher. This is at least in the top 100. You know, at the beginning, in episode 1, I told you don't take the positions that serious. Now that I'm looking at it, that's a bit low for that song. It's really a classic. It's a great song. But you know, you will see now all the songs are really brilliant. It's difficult to rank those songs. For No One, classic Paul McCartney ballad, great song. 112 is Old Brown Shoe, again George Harrison. So I think we had 5 or 6 I think George Harrison had like a total of 20 songs in the Beatles, and 5, 6 or 7 of the songs are in episode 7. That's a bit strange. Old Brown Shoe, B-side of Ballad of John and Yoko. Great song, great slide guitar, probably one of the first times George played this kind of what would become his trademark, that slide guitar. In his solo career he was famous for playing slide guitar. I think this is one of the first times he tried that, and it's a very good song, funny lyrics once more. 111, another classic, All My Loving. This is maybe for like 70 years old Americans one of their memories of the Beatles, one of the most significant memories of the Beatles, because it was the first song the Beatles played on American TV, that Sullivan Show. Great song, and like I said in episode 1, Paul McCartney often had those kind of letter songs, and this is one of those great early Beatles songs. 110 is Can't Buy Me Love, from almost the same era. It was the single after that, you know, in February 64 they played the Ed Sullivan Show. This was the single that was released in March or April 64. And I think this was the single that was number 1 in the week in April 1964, when they had all 5 top positions in the American charts, which was the best charts week ever by anyone. And Can't Buy Me Love was number 1 in that week. Next 109 is Misery, from the first album, one of my favorite songs from Please Please Me. I think it's probably influenced by Del Shannon, which was a quite successful pop singer in the early 60s. It's a bit in that style, and it's a great John Lennon song. Yeah, that's the very George Harrison heavy. That was the very George Harrison heavy episode 7. Thank you for watching. Episode 8 of all Beatles songs ranked. We're at number, let me have a look, 108. It's another John Lennon song about being sleepy or wanting to sleep, and the song is called I'm Only Sleeping. One of the first real psychedelic songs, because it's not really about sleeping, it's also about having a trip, of course, and it's a great song. It's one of the first 2 songs by the Beatles, and maybe of old time, with backwards guitars, and it's one of those great Revolver songs that make that album that colorful. You know, it's an album with it's one of the first, or it's the first Beatles album where you've got like 8 different types of music on one album, and this is one of those great songs. 107 is The End, which is like the last Beatles song. Of course, Let It Be came out half a year later, but on the last album they recorded when they were together, it's the last song. And of course, that's great, as every Beatle fan thinks it's a great ending to the story with the iconic last lyrics. In the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. It's classic, can't be better, and it's a great song, of course. And each of the 4 Beatles gets to play a solo. Each of the 3 guitarists plays the last guitar solo, and Ringo plays his only solo ever on drums in his career. That's The End. 106 is after the last song. They made 2 more songs in the 90s, Free as a Bird and Real Love, and I also decided to include them here because why not? And 106 is Real Love, the second single from the Anthology project, based on a John Lennon demo from, I think, 1977. Yoko gave those tapes with Free as a Bird and Real Love to Paul, and the Freetles, as they were called, Paul, George and Ringo, made finished a complete song of those 2 songs. They also tried a third one. They tried, what was it called? Now and Then was the first song given to them, because there were 3 anthology CDs, and it was planned that Now and Then was would be the single from the third, but George Harrison hated that song, and so they never recorded it. But Real Love was Real Love was the very, very, very last song the Beatles ever recorded and put out, and I think it's good. It's number 106, not too bad. After 25 years of being split up, and also a very touching music video. I think there's 1 second when Paul McCartney embraces George Harrison, and as you may know, Paul and George, that wasn't really there were many tensions, after, one could say after 1966, this was a very fractured relationship. So it was nice. That's probably the last video footage ever, the last film footage ever of them together, and that's nice, the hug, when Paul hugs George. So I really like Real Love for that reason. 105 is No Reply, the first song on Beatles for Sale. I think I've mentioned it before, probably the most underrated Beatles album ever, and this is probably the most underrated album opener ever by the Beatles. Great song, great lyrics, great melody, great vocal harmonies by John and Paul. It's one of those almost perfect pop songs. Now number 105, from now on, I could say perfect pop song to probably almost any of the songs. And this is one of them. 104 is Carry That Weight. Maybe that's a strange ranking. I don't really agree with myself here at the moment. Again, Carry That Weight isn't really a song. It's like a segment from one song to the next, from Golden Slumbers to The End. But for some reason, it's really hard to rank the medley, the individual songs on the medley. But it's very important. Carry That Weight is very important to combine, Golden Slumbers with The End. But now that I'm reading the list, maybe change. It would be fair to change Carry That Weight with The End. The End is probably the better entity from those 2 songs. But anyway, 103 is Fool on the Hill, or Devil on the Hill. Fool on the Hill or Devil on the Hill. Paul McCartney ballad from Magical Mystery Tour. Great song, very good song. What can I tell you about that song? In the movie Magical Mystery Tour, they filmed that in one of my favorite places in the world, in Nice, in the south of France. I often, and I don't think that's very interesting for you, but for me, I'm often on holiday. I'm often on holiday there, so I know the place very well. But of course, that's not very interesting to you. Number 102 is the very first George Harrison song on a Beatles album ever. Don't Bother Me from With the Beatles. It's very underrated. I think by George himself in interviews, he put that song down and he described it as a song where he tried to find out how to write a song, but I think it's a very good song. It's, as you can tell, to me it's better than many other of his songs. So it's a very good first song. I think it's definitely better than the first song John or Paul wrote, probably. So very good first song. But he wrote it when he was sick, I think, in the summer of '63. They played, that was the time when the Beatles already were on the verge of becoming very, very successful. They had the first #1 at the time, but still, because Brian Epstein, the manager, he wasn't at that time really very professional. The Beatles were basically the first time he ever managed a band, and so in summer of '63 they still played very small places, and they played a very small place in the south of England, and George Harrison was sick and in bed, and for some reason he was inspired to write Don't Bother Me, which is a blueprint for those more those more kind of pessimistic George Harrison songs, those typical songs. Don't Bother Me is almost like a trademark. I think it's almost like a George Harrison catchphrase, that song title. 101 is Magical Mystery Tour, from Magical Mystery Tour. It's great psychedelic song from the great Summer of Love. I really liked the Magical Mystery Tour movie, by the way. It was a kind of flop at the time when it came out, but why was it a flop? It was a flop because it was a TV movie that was broadcasted on Christmas Day '67 by the BBC, and the people who reviewed that movie were, of course, those were like very conservative British newspapers, and they expected something else for a Christmas movie. So I don't think you can really say it was a flop, because it's a very artistic movie. It was a great statement by the Beatles, and many people like Steven Spielberg were impressed by that movie when it came out, so it was an inspiration to them. The reason why it's always regarded a flop was because a newspaper like the London Times thought it wasn't really a good Christmas movie, which it wasn't. So I think the movie is great. Now number 100, now we're in the top 100, is I Should Have Known Better from A Hard Day's Night, from the movie A Hard Day's Night. The scene of the movie when they play that song was like the moment George Harrison met his wife Patty, captured on camera, because she was an extra in that scene, and she's one of the girls, of course, in that scene. So I think that's remarkable that, Patty Harrison, one of the big inspirations of pop history. She inspired songs like Layla by Eric Clapton and Something by George Harrison. So very important meeting for pop history, and it's captured in the video performance of I Should Have Known Better. That was episode 8, and from now on we're in, top 100. All those songs, all those forthcoming songs are classics. Number 9, with number 99. I don't want to spoil the party, This one is from Beatles for Sale. Great, I think one of those more underrated songs, Dylan influenced probably, and what sticks out to me, the vocal harmonies of John and Paul. That's one of their best singing together, I think. I don't want to spoil the party. Number 98, Anytime at All. From those, we've had them before, like Tell Me Why, When I Get Home. Those high energetic, up-tempo, Beatlemania, Beatle pop songs. This is probably my favorite. That's the song has a great energy. You know, it's not like the deepest philosophical lyrics, but it's great. It's a great song when you're in the mood for something like that. 97, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. There were rumors that it's probably about Brian Epstein, about his homosexuality. If you read the lyrics that way, maybe, no, John Lennon never confirmed any of that. It could be about himself and Cynthia and the problems they had in their marriage. But, you know, maybe it's also a bit about Brian, who had to hide his, not love, but sexuality away. And of course there were the rumors of John and Brian, but, you know. Who knows? Number 96, Got to Get You Into My Life by Paul McCartney. Again, a song that's maybe not about what it seems to be about. On the first side, it's a love song. Then there's Paul's story that it's about pot and about smoking weed. But I think my own theory, it can't be about marijuana. It's probably, I think it's about acid, because this is a song about being under pressure by others to do something that you're not yet ready, and you're afraid of doing it. And at exactly the time when this came out, Paul was the only of the four Beatles who hadn't had acid at the time, and the other three, you know, especially John and George, really wanted Paul to take acid with them, and at that time, he declined it, and I think, you know, it must be about that. You know, why should it be about smoking weed? There wasn't any pressure on him to do that. He very much enjoyed it for 2 years at that time. The next one is 95, You're Going to Lose That Girl from Help. One of those almost perfect 10 out of 10 pop songs by John Lennon. Great melody, great arrangement, and it's also a nice scene in Help when they're like faking, you know, playing it in the studio, like recording it. One of my favorite songs from the Help soundtrack. 94 is I'll Follow the Sun, mostly by Paul. Very early song. I think he wrote it before there were even Beatles, you know, like around 58, 59 maybe. Great ballad, and, you know, kind of precursor to Yesterday. 93, I Feel Fine. You will see the B-side is even better for me, but great. It's one of the first great riffs the Beatles ever came up with. You know, Day Tripper was even better a year later, but this was one of those first, you know, riff songs, riff by John Lennon. Great pop rock song. 92, All I've Got to Do from With the Beatles. I think song number 2 on With the Beatles. Great Motown influenced song. You know, With the Beatles, we already had those 3 Motown cover versions on that album, but even Lennon-McCartney songs on that album, I think, were in that style. So it's their kind of Motown album. Like Rubber Soul often is labeled their folk album. I think With the Beatles is their Motown album, and All I've Got to Do is a Lennon-McCartney composition in that style, and I really like that kind of music. 91, completely different song, "Fixing a Hole" from Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. This is a song about weed, about grass, in my opinion, very obviously, and one of those great psychedelic songs from those kind of psychedelic 67 songs. Maybe one of the most underrated. Well, not underrated, but it's not like that iconic song as maybe "Lucy in the Sky" or something like that. But it's a great McCartney, McCartney's take on that kind of psychedelic stuff. Number 90 is also from Sgt. Pepper, but very different. It's "She's Leaving Home." Well, not very different. The sound isn't psychedelic, but the content, the lyrical content, is also very of the time, because it's about like a hippie girl at the time, and her parents don't understand her, and she leaves her home. And there's even a Beatle inside joke in that song, the line "meeting a man from the motor trade," that was a friend, and also later Apple, who was at Apple. Who was it? I think maybe Peter Brown. I'm not sure, but one of the Beatles' inner circle friends also was also a car salesman at the time, and "meeting a man from the motor trade," that was John and Paul imagining that the hippie girl runs off with him. But I don't think it was Peter Brown. I'm not sure who it was, but one of the friends of the Beatles' friends was the man from the motor trade in that imaginative story. 89 is also a song full of insider jokes. That's the inside joke of inside jokes, Beatles songs, "Glass Onion" from the White Album. This is a song, where they, at that time, already at that time, there were lots of things read into Beatles lyrics, especially the psychedelic ones, and people were looking for the deeper meaning of the songs, all kinds of crazy people. Later we had Charlie Manson, who was one of those people. And this is a song taking the piss, of those people. And, lines like "the walrus was Paul," and the quoting all those old Beatles songs. It didn't really mean anything, and it was a song about, we tell you that it really doesn't mean anything. But again, people read things into that song, and after that song everybody believed Paul was the walrus, whatever that means, which is it's just like mission accomplished with what they wanted to do with that song. Number 80 is, it's all connected. Now "Piggies," which was one of those songs that that influenced Charlie Manson or his family to do what they did. In 1969, they wrote "Piggies" with the blood of some of the victims. That's that's not a very nice subject for this video, I think. So what else can I tell you about that song? Basically, it's not about killing people. Of course, this song, George wrote it. He wrote it about, the corruption of. It was like from the perspective of a hippie kind of guy, who criticizes, which was like a typical George Harrison message, who criticizes the conservative parents' generation, who aren't any, who always criticize the young people at the time, and he was like, look at yourself, how you are, your Vietnam War and all those not so nice things they did. So it's a bit like, there's also a solo song by George Harrison about the same subject. I can't remember now which one, but it was a typical George subject, that look at yourself and don't always blame others. And the last one for this episode, for episode 9, is another song about animals, piggies. And now we've got Martha My Dear, 87, which is, about Paul's dog. He had a dog called Martha, but it's also about his muse. There's also a second meaning. Now I'm seeming like one of those fans who always looks for a second meaning, like I just told you with Glass Onion. But here it's probably true that Martha My Dear is not just about his dog. It's also about the muse. There's Paul once confirmed it, that he's got like a muse, like a inner voice that kind of inspires him to write all those songs, and he imagined that this voice is Martha, and so it's about his inspiration. This song is not just about his dog, it's also about the voice in his head that inspires him to write the songs. But now I seem like one of those crazy people reading things into lyrics, but maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. You can make of it whatever you want. That was episode 9, and more classic songs, because now every song from now on is like a great classic song in episode 10. So, episode 10. Is it 10? Yes, it's 10. We are at number 86. The next song is 8 Days a Week from Beatles for Sale, 1964. One of my favorite tracks from that era and from that album. What can I tell you about 8 Days a Week? It was inspired by the chauffeur of John Lennon, because Paul McCartney, I don't know why he didn't drive to John's home at that day when they wrote it, because usually he liked to drive there. Maybe his car wasn't available on that day, but he drove with John's car and John's chauffeur, and Paul asked the chauffeur, how are you doing? And the chauffeur answered, well, I've been working 8 days a week, which, like he's working very hard. So it's a bit a title in the same vein as A Hard Day's Night, and I think it's a great song from those early optimistic up-tempo songs. The intro is maybe musically the most interesting thing about it. Intro and outro. Yeah, that's 8 Days a Week. Number 85, Don't Let Me Down. The B-side from the Get Back single, although I think it's better, to me it's the A-side, to me it's better than Get Back. One of the greatest love songs. It's not really a ballad, but it's also a rock and roll song in a sense, but it's one of the best love songs John Lennon ever wrote for or about Yoko, of course. And yeah, it's a very... And the live version on the rooftop, when they played the rooftop concert, is remarkable, because again, like with... I think I've told you about I'm Down, where it led to a funny moment. During the rooftop concert, John Lennon, when he was performing Don't Let Me Down, also forgot the lyrics, and he had to make new lyrics up on the spot while he was performing the song, and it's a very funny moment, and you can see how John and Paul look at each other and are laughing. So it's in that late era with all that friction, I think that's kind of heartwarming that they had this smiling look at each other during that. The next one is also very heartwarming or sentimental to us Beatles fans, at least to those of us who like that song. It's Free as a Bird from 1995, but it's number 84, not from 1984. The demo by John Lennon, I think, was done about 1977, 1978, and of course it was the big single for the Anthology project. There were many reviewers who didn't like it, and didn't like Real Love as well. But to me, I thought it's great. And I also like the new lines that Paul and George wrote and sang. Whatever happened to the life that we once knew. That's not in the demo from John Lennon, so it's really a Lennon, McCartney, Harrison, Starkey song. It's not just a John Lennon demo. I think it's great, and the video, of course, is maybe one of the best music videos ever, in my opinion. 83, I think this is my favorite Beatles for Sale song. I'm not sure if there's one more song here, but probably not, because it's usually, I think it's usually my number one Beatles for Sale song. It's Every Little Thing. It's like a bit like it's an underrated gem, basically. And it's one of those rare occasions when the main songwriter wasn't the lead vocalist. It's mainly written by Paul, but the lead vocals are by John. I think it's because the vocal range, it fitted better with John on lead vocals, so that Paul could sing the harmony in the chorus. It's a great song. I also like the I don't even know what it is, but this drum sound, is it bass drum? But there's this, like the bass drum or whatever it is like part of the hook line to me. It's a great song. It's, Beatles for Sale is like the first album. We've had it with 8 Days a Week, now with Every Little Thing. It's the first time they tried to experiment with sounds, also with lyrics. But here on this song, mostly it's about the sound. Next one is now that's maybe controversial. 82 is Revolution 9. I think in most rankings, it's not in most, but it's like a polarizing song. At least in 50% of rankings, it's the least favorite, or one of the least favorite Beatles songs, if you can call it song. I don't think it's a song, it's a collage or something like that. I think I've talked about it before. The White Album is my favorite album of all time, and I think it's that cool because it has songs like that, but also that it has songs like Honey Pie and Good Night. So I think it's the mix of both that makes this album so unique. And so without the most radical song on it, Revolution 9, it would be basically half as cool. It needs that. And when I'm in the mood to listen to the complete album, I'll never skip any song, and I don't skip Revolution 9. 81 is It Won't Be Long. Probably I don't know every song right now, but I guess that Every Little Thing was the last entry from Beatles for Sale, and It Won't Be Long is probably the last entry from With the Beatles. Great opener to the album. Yeah, that's basically all I've got to say about it, because it's like the things they did with I Want to Hold Your Hand and She Loves You. It's like one of the last times they attempted this kind of catchy sing-along early Beatlemania song, and it's one of their best in that style. Number 80 is You Won't See Me by George Harrison from Rubber Soul. Oh, no, it's not from George Harrison. I confused it with Think For Yourself. No, it's of course by Paul McCartney, but from Rubber Soul. Very Motown influenced song. And I think the lyrics are about the problems in his relationship with Jane Asher at the time. A very good song, in my opinion. Then we've got now 79. This is probably the biggest classic, mega classic Beatles song we've had yet. It's Come Together. According to Spotify, it's probably one of the 10 most listened to, most streamed Beatles songs, I guess. So I think it's like with most of the Abbey Road songs, that younger people like that. I think Abbey Road is the album, and Come Together is like is synonymous with that Abbey Road sound. It's the song and the album that younger people like the most probably. But you know, it's okay. It's number 79. I really like it, but it's not in my, as you can tell, it's not in my top 10, top 20, top 30 songs. But it's a great groovy song. Of course, it led to a court case. John Lennon was sued after he released it because it was basically a rip-off from You Can't Catch Me from Chuck Berry, and that court case was solved in a way that John Lennon had to make a cover version of You Can't Catch Me, and that's the reason why we've got the 1975 album Rock and Roll from John Lennon, so he can make a cover version of that song. But initially it was written for a campaign, for a political campaign. Who was it? Timothy Leary, the LSD guy from California, wanted to be governor of California in 1969, and you know, LSD for everyone and stuff like that, and very radical movement. Of course, they didn't vote him in, but he asked John Lennon, or he asked the Beatles to write the anthem for his campaign, and they wrote "Come Together," but then they thought, oh, "Come Together" is too good to give it to him, so it was never it was never the campaign song, but it was like the inspiration. Was Timothy Leary was the inspiration to that song. And the last one in this episode is I've Just Seen a Face, but which number is it? It's number 78. I've Just Seen a Face from this kind of Rubber Soul, because this is the American version of Rubber Soul, and this is maybe the only time that many Beatles fans agree that the American version of a Beatles album is maybe better than the original version that the Beatles themselves intended. I'm not one of those people. I prefer the British version, but still it's very interesting to listen to the American version with I've Just Seen a Face as the first song. It's a great Paul McCartney song. I think he himself thought so, because it was one of the first Beatles songs he ever played live after the Beatles split up. He played it on the Great Wings Over America tour in the mid-70s. And that was a time, not like today, that was a time when Paul only played 3 or 4 Beatles songs in a 90-minute concert. So it's a great song. That's my number 78. More in the next episode. Goodbye. Well, episode 11 of my ranking of all Beatles songs ever. Number 77 is, I just wanted to say, is an interesting song, but from now on each song is interesting and each song is a classic. Now it's really getting like into a territory where everything is brilliant and stroke of genius. It's by George Harrison, Within You Without You, the first song on the second side of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. I told you before that at first George wanted to contribute only a Northern song to Sgt. Pepper, the album, which later ended up on Yellow Submarine. Well, Within You Without You is clearly the better song, but I always thought that Only a Northern Song would have also been good. You know, the perfect Sgt. Pepper to me would be an album with Within You Without You and with Only a Northern Song. I think Only a Northern Song fits on Sgt. Pepper because, you know, people always talk about the concept of Sgt. Pepper and that there's not really a concept, but the initial concept was about the Beatles, their childhood and North England. So that's also why they wrote Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields initially for the album. So it would have been much more like a real concept album had it included Penny Lane, Strawberry Fields and Only a Northern Song. But, you know, I don't know why I'm talking about Only a Northern Song, because now I should talk about Within You Without You. Well, it's a great song. It was, I think the Indian parts of that song were recorded in Bombay. at the EMI studio in India, and George Martin then added European style string arrangements. So it's a mix of classical music from India and classical music from Western Europe, so to speak. And the lyrics, of course, are the outstanding part of it. It's there aren't many George Harrison lyrics that are better, because it's really one of his deepest, most philosophical songs. Yeah. With You Without You. 76 is Because from Abbey Road, again a song influenced by classical music. This time it's influenced by Beethoven. So after Roll Over Beethoven, now it's a pro-Beethoven song, so to speak. It's basically the melody is the what's it called? The Moonlight Sonata backwards. You know, the chords just inverted. And of course, it's the song with one of the most brilliant vocal harmonies of John, Paul and George. It's almost an a cappella song. Great song from Abbey Road. Number 75 is also Abbey Road. It's Golden Slumbers. Great lullaby kind of song by Paul McCartney. And again, you know, that's by accident. It's not like I made this up because because of that. But there's also something that has to do with classical music about that. The inspiration to that song, because Paul McCartney he can't read notated music, and before, when he wrote that song, I think he visited probably his father in Liverpool, and his father had some sheet music on the piano, and it was a song called Golden Slumbers, but Paul couldn't read the notation, of course. So he made his own music to the lyrics. So the lyrics are like 100 or 200 years old lullaby lyrics, and the melody is by Paul. 74 again from Abbey Road. It's Oh Darling. Oh Darling, again Paul McCartney, classic, you know, as I said at the beginning of the video, from now on each song is a classic. Oh Darling, very blues influenced song. John Lennon once said he would have liked to sing it. He wanted to sing lead vocals on it, but that would have been strange, because in 1969 it wasn't like they had that kind of relationship at that time. And I think, you know, Paul McCartney sings it perfect, so I don't know what John Lennon would have made better about it. 73 is from the Let It Be album. I think I've got it here as well. We all, of course, know the Let It Be album. It's by Paul, Two of Us. Yeah, it's again, I repeat myself, a great song. It's the first song on Let It Be. Paul, in the Many Years From Now book, said it's about him falling in love with Linda, and how they deliberately wanted to get lost when they drove the car, and Linda said to Paul, "Let's get lost and let's put the map away." So it's about their adventures in the English countryside, but you know, on a subconscious level, of course, it may as well be about the John Lennon-Paul McCartney relationship, especially the line, "You and I have memories longer than the road that stretches out ahead." That can't be about Linda, because it's about a long relationship. That's Two of Us. 72, again from Sgt. Pepper, Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite. That's one of those songs when John Lennon wasn't really that inspired. You know, that was the time when he took maybe too much acid, and he was living in the house in Weybridge. According to him, a kind of boring life, and so he had a poster of the benefit of Mr. Kite. It was a poster he bought in an antiques shop about a festivity in the 19th century. So it's like a flyer to a party of a Mr. Kite, and that's basically those are the lyrics. Musically, it's very interesting, especially the waltz, the backwards waltz. So it's a great psychedelic John Lennon, Sgt. Pepper era song. Next one is 71. She Said from Revolver, 1966. Probably the first, no, maybe the second or third song we've got from Revolver. Of course, one of their best albums ever. She Said is one of the few Beatles songs, and at that time I think it was the first Beatles song without Paul McCartney on it. That was when they had a big argument. John and George and Paul had a big argument, and Paul basically told them to fuck off and ran out of this studio, drove home, and I think George played the bass on that song. It was the lyrics inspired by Peter Fonda of Easy Rider fame, but not at that time yet, because I think in August 1965, when they were on tour in America, the Beatles went to a party where people like Peter Fonda were there, and they took lots of acid there. And on his acid trip, Peter Fonda told John Lennon that he knew how it feels to be dead, because he told John Lennon a story that when he was a child, he was in a coma for a few days, and it was of course very trippy and with all that acid, and John got paranoid from that story, like a bad trip, and the song is basically about that. And he changed the he to she so that it wasn't too obvious for Peter Fonda that it was about him. Number 70 is Honey Pie by Paul McCartney, one of the more lightweight Beatles songs, Paul McCartney songs. I defend those kind of songs. Many people, especially more the John Lennon kind of fans, don't like those songs, but I think they were charming, and there are very, very cool ideas in the production of the song, like the intro, like it's an old record from the 1920s, and the string arrangement, it's very, it's a very charming Paul McCartney song, and that was the last one for this episode. Thank you very much. Episode 12 of all Beatles songs ever ranked. We're at number 69, and this song is from my favorite album, the White Album. Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except Me and My Monkey, mainly by John Lennon. It's one of two songs on the White Album where John deals with the Maharishi experience, with the Guru experience. He was, of course, as we will later learn, maybe one of three songs. Yeah, well, it's more like three songs. Three songs on the White Album deal with that. And John wasn't too happy with the whole experience in the end. And so basically Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except Me and My Monkey, the longest Beatles song title ever, is a piss take, it's all those phrases in the song, come on, it's such a joy. Those are all the kind of things that the Guru Maharishi Mahesh Yogi repeatedly said all the time. So it's like his philosophy, and John Lennon yelling those things is like him taking the piss and at that time he didn't take those for in his opinion very, very simplistic messages that serious. So George Harrison wasn't too happy because he still believed in in the Maharishi. And we will later learn there was a song that even had to be rewritten because George wouldn't have accepted the song, this other song, if it had the title that John Lennon had intended. Number 68, also the White Album, Obla Di Obla Da. Like with Honey Pie and all those songs, many people don't like it. I think it's a great song, and it's, I hate that expression granny music. John Lennon once in his life probably said in an interview, that's Paul's granny music, 2 songs like Maxwell Silverhammer and Obla Di Obla Da. And now each time you read something about those songs, someone's going to comment on it, that's granny music, like that's a genre. It's not a genre, and Obla Di Obla Da is much more than granny music. It's one of the first times that a band outside of Jamaica tried to record a reggae song, a ska song. So it's, in that sense, it's even experimental song. There weren't many reggae songs before that, and the title Obla Di Obla Da is also kind of interesting because it was something that was it a barkeeper, but someone who worked at one of the Beatles' favorite nightclubs used to say and sing always. I think he was a guy from Nigeria, and he always said Obla Di Obla Da, life goes on, brah. And so it's a bit like, nowadays we would say it's cultural appropriation and it would be bad, but at that time it was like, hey, let's connect the world, and we take music from Jamaica and combine it with wisdom from Nigeria. So it's, it's in a good spirit, and the lyrics are fun and optimistic, and and I don't think that John Lennon hated it as many people believe, because the great piano intro was his idea, so he really worked on that song and he made it even better than it used to be in the early demos. So it's a great song to me. 67, that's the song I've just told you about kind of 3 minutes ago. It's Sexy Sadie from the White Album. That's the second song about the Maharishi, and that song was even titled Maharishi. The song was called Maharishi, and George Harrison, who still was a follower of the Maharishi, requested from John Lennon to change it to something that has like that he could sing, so that he didn't have to change the rhymes and the lyrics as such. So Sexy Sadie was the first thing that came to mind that would be would work with the same lyrics. But if you exchange Sexy Sadie with the word Maharishi, you will find out what the song is about. It's about a fake guru who just wants to make money and rips off the people. In this case, John Lennon, who thought that the Maharishi wasn't really what he was pretending to be. That's what this song is about. Now it's really everything is from the White Album. The next one is Rocky Raccoon, 66, Rocky Raccoon. White Album song by Paul McCartney. I think it's great. He does a great American accent, and it's a funny song. Yeah, don't really have much more to say about the song, but as you can tell, number 66, I really like the song. 65, again, the White Album. Wow, the next 5 songs are all from the White Album. When I made that list, it wasn't on purpose. It's just like it came out of my mind, but it is like that. It's Birthday. I think it's a great spontaneous song. It's one of the last Beatles songs where there's like camaraderie between them, because before they went into the studio and recorded it, they were at Paul's place in Cavendish Avenue, which is like just 5 minutes walking distance from the Abbey Road studios. So they knew that on TV at that time, at that day, one of their favorite childhood movies, The Girl Can't Help It would be broadcast by the BBC. So they all went to Paul to watch the movie together. And the movie is a rock and roll movie from the late 50s with people like Little Richard in it. So they were all in the mood for some 50s style rock and roll. So they went into the studio and quickly improvised that riff and tried to make a very quick song in the style of the songs in that movie. So I think that's it really works. Very spontaneous, but great riff, great energy on that song, and a great birthday song. 64 is again from the White Album. It's Yeah Blues. That's a really great song. It's I think the quality of that song is that it's ironical but honest and serious at the same time. It's the irony is about at the time there was a blues revival in England, so a white English young man tried to play blues like Eric Clapton, Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page, Cream, Peter Green's Fleetwood Mac. All blues. There was a big hype for blues in Britain, and John Lennon with this song title wanted to make fun of that suddenly white people from Britain wanted to play the blues. So in that sense, that's an anti-cultural appropriation song maybe. But it's also serious because the lyrics in itself are, of course, about John Lennon's, his real problems with depression. And there's even, there's also a quote from the Bob Dylan song Ballad of a Thin Man in it. I feel so suicidal, just like Dylan's Mr. Jones. And also remarkable about that song recording, the song's recording, is that it was one of the first songs they played after Ringo came back. Ringo briefly, unofficially left the group for a week after he had serious arguments with Paul McCartney. And when he came back, they wanted to record something live, so that they all are together and so to bond again. And that was this song. So it's one of Ringo's favorite Beatles recording sessions because that gave him the confidence back that they're still friends and they could play together live. And he enjoyed that session where they're all playing the song basically live, without much overdubs. 63 again, I'm sorry, is from the White Album. So episode 12 could be called the White Album episode. It's Julia. That's one of the few Beatles songs where there's only John Lennon on the recording. Guitar. There's just an acoustic guitar and a voice, and both is John. It's about his mother who died 10 years, almost exactly 10 years before he wrote that song. And it's also there are also lines referencing Yoko Ono, Ocean Child Calls Me. Yoko, the Japanese word Yoko in English means ocean child. So and the fingerpicking style is the fingerpicking style he learned in India from Donovan. The last song in this episode is also from the White Album, and it's Good Night. I think the great thing about that song is it works so brilliantly together with Revolution 9 before it. In one of the previous episodes I told you how much I really stand up for Revolution 9. And it's also because the relief you get after Revolution 9 from Good Night, that's such a perfect sequencing. That's why I like even those more eccentric parts of the White Album. Good Night without Revolution 9 wouldn't be as good, and Revolution 9 without Good Night would also not work that good for me. And both songs were written by John Lennon. They're very on opposite ends, but Good Night, which has Ringo on lead vocals, was a lullaby John wrote for his song Julia. Julia and now Julian. That's Good Night, and that was the episode. Good night. Well, the next episode is here after the last episode, which was a bit White Album centric. Now it's a bit more mixed up. We've got what, Octopus's Garden. 61 is Octopus's Garden. The best of the two songs Ringo Starr wrote for the Beatles. Of course, he had help from, especially from George, as you can see in the Get Back or Let It Be movie. But mainly it's a Ringo song, and it's credited only to Richard Starkey. Inspired or even written during the episode of him being out of the group. He left the group for 1 or 2 weeks in the summer of '68 after an argument with Paul, and he basically went on holiday to Greece on Peter Sellers' yacht. He was good friends with Peter Sellers, and one of the people on that boat told him about octopuses, that they build kind of gardens underwater, and that was enough for Ringo to write a song about it. It's a very charming song, in my opinion. I like it. Number 60 is the B-side of I Feel Fine. In my opinion, better than I Feel Fine. It's She's a Woman. Great early McCartney hard rock song almost. Maybe slightly, not really influenced by the Kings, but the Kings at that time did kind of something similar with You Really Got Me and All Day and All of the Night. But the Beatles would have never admitted that they are influenced by the Kings. I don't think they really liked the Kings much. I think John Lennon even disliked the Kings, but I think back to She's a Woman. It's a great song. It's one of the first. It has one of the first pot references with "Turn You On, Turn Me On," which was about the Beatles smoking grass. That was like 2 months before that they were introduced to it by Bob Dylan. And it's got a cool rhythm guitar by John Lennon, this offbeat guitar, which is quite interesting. It's a great song. 59, a classic. Some people would argue maybe one of the best songs, and maybe one of the best love songs ever written, Here, There and Everywhere, by Paul McCartney. It's a great song. I think it's also one of John Lennon's favorite Paul McCartney songs, and one of Paul McCartney's favorite Paul McCartney songs. I have it on 59, so maybe I'm not that much of a fan of it, but 59 is very good. It's good. It's a great song. But even better, another love song, 58 by John Lennon this time. It's If I Fell from A Hard Day's Night. One of the best not just early, one of the best love songs John Lennon has ever written. Like I told you before with It's Only Love, I think later he dismissed a lot of the songs because they were probably inspired by his, at that time, love for Cynthia. Later he kind of, he gave interviews saying things like he never really was in love with Cynthia, but when you write songs as beautiful as If I Fell, I think that's not true. 57 is from With the Beatles. It's Not a Second Time. Today it's kind of not appreciated enough, I think, by people. It's very maybe overlooked, more overlooked Beatles song. This was the song when it came out in late '63, and the serious music critics at that time didn't yet take the Beatles or any pop music serious. For the big newspapers in Britain, the critics, the music critics were mainly classical music critics, and this was one of the first times when a musical critic reviewed a pop album and gave a good review, and he wrote, especially Not a Second Time with its Aeolian cadences is a great song, and that's led to an in-joke between John and Paul because they never understood what Aeolian cadences are, so they often referred to Aeolian cadences when they talked about, musical theory that they didn't understand. And, to be honest, I don't know what Aeolian cadences are as well. But it's a great song. The next one is number 56, The Inner Light, B-side of Lady Madonna, early 68 single of the Beatles. One of the best, well, according to this list, probably my favorite Indian George Harrison song. I love the lyrics. I think those are great lyrics, and I like the sitar. I like the melody. I think it's a brilliant song. It's one of my favorite George Harrison Beatles songs, and I also think it reminds me a lot of the songs. Well, the music he did for the Wonderwall Music soundtrack, which was his first solo album. It's also about the same period when he recorded Wonderwall Music, so maybe it was at the same recording sessions, and it has if you like The Inner Light, you should check out Wonderwall Music. Next one is 55, another classic. Now almost every song is probably a classic. It's Michelle, one of the most covered Beatles songs from Rubber Soul, with the French words in it. Paul McCartney didn't understand or speak French that good. He had German in school and not much French. But he had, the wife? I think the wife of an old friend of him. Was it Pete Shotton or Ivan Vaughan? I think Ivan Vaughan. Ivan Vaughan was the guy who introduced John Lennon to Paul McCartney in 1957. And his girlfriend or wife was French teacher. So Paul asked her to help him with the song's lyrics. And I think he later, to show that he's grateful to her, he bought them a refrigerator, because I think she told him when they wrote the song together, our refrigerator doesn't work anymore, I need a new one. So that was his royalty payment, which in the end the song probably earned millions of euros. So it wasn't maybe that. He could have paid her more, I think. But still, a nice gesture. 53, no, we have 54. Now we have a Rubber Soul segment. Last episode we had a White Album segment, now we have a Rubber Soul segment. It's a Girl. Girl is like John Lennon's Michelle from the same album, and another romantic, folky, jazzy ballad. The most remarkable thing about it is probably the tit 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 background vocals, which was, the Beatles were at that time very influenced by the Beach Boys, but they thought that the la la las and da da das of the Beach Boys are a bit too innocent for the Beatles, with their cheeky sense of humor, so they sang tit tit tit. Next one is 53, again Rubber Soul. Well, I should mix the songs more up. It's again from Rubber Soul. It's Drive My Car, great opener to the British version of the album. The first attempts at writing that song didn't go down too good. The lyrics, the initial lyrics were something like, I don't know, baby, do you like some rings or something like this. The lyrics were really awful, and John Lennon basically rewrote them with Paul. Paul had very, very silly lyrics, nonsensical lyrics about rings. It's always, he talked about it, that it's, once you've got the word things, you always tend to rhyme it with rings, and there's hardly any example when something good comes out of that. So John Lennon helped him, and they made that story about the girl in Drive My Car. 52 again, but this is the last time for the next few songs, is again from Rubber Soul, Norwegian Wood. And again, all those songs, Norwegian Wood, Drive My Car, Girl, they are like, nowadays you would say they aren't, maybe they're sexist, but at that time, it's not no excuse, but at that time it wasn't like, no one really bothered with those lyrics, but they're kind of negative about girls. And Norwegian Wood, of course, is a good example for that, because in the end of the song, they burn down the house of the girl, basically. It's about an affair that John Lennon had probably with Maureen Cleave, the journalist, which was also the journalist 1 year later to the whole "We are bigger than Jesus Christ." That was from an article Maureen Cleave wrote, and allegedly she had an affair with John Lennon, and allegedly Norwegian Wood is about her. Yeah, that was, well, I will give you one more song, because now we had so many Rubber Soul songs. So now back to the Abbey Road album. The last song for this episode is "You Never Give Me Your Money," which is one of the first songs about the Beatles breaking up, basically. One of the first and the last songs, because it was the last album they recorded. But this is one of those songs dealing with the business difficulties, and Alan Klein versus the Eastmans, the drama, the tragedy, and yeah, it's sad and it's bittersweet, but it's a great song. It's great melody, great singing, great arrangement, and it's sad, but it's great. That was episode number 13. Yeah, more in the next episode. Episode 14 of all Beatles songs ranked. We're at number 50, and number 50 is "With a Little Help from Our Friends." Lennon-McCartney song with Ringo on lead vocals, one of his most famous songs. There's, if you want to know more about the process of the songwriting of that song, there's a good chapter in the Hunter Davis Beatles book, the authorized Beatles biography from 1968. There are some anecdotes from the songwriting process of that song. The next one, the next song is connected with it. You have to rank them together, I guess. Number 49 is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. But on 49, I make the next two at once. 49, you can change it around as you want, but 49 is the reprise, and 48 is the normal version of Sgt. Pepper, but it can be the other way around. It's basically the same song. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, great opener to one of the most influential albums of all time. The idea for Sgt. Pepper came to Paul when he was traveling back from, I think, Kenya, when he was on safari, and when he was in the plane, they gave him the meal in the plane. And there was, a small package of salt and of pepper, and then he thought, oh, salt and pepper, salt and pepper, and that's how he came up with that. 47 is from, I almost said from Magical Mystery Tour. Well, it is from the Magical Mystery Tour album, if you want to call it an album, but initially it was the B-side of All You Need Is Love. It's Baby You're a Rich Man. There are rumors that you can hear Mick Jagger and Keith Richards sing with John and Paul the chorus, which would make sense, like a favor returned, because around the same time John Lennon and Paul McCartney sang background vocals on We Love You from the Rolling Stones. So that's probably, and they recorded it at Olympic Studios, which was the Rolling Stones studios basically at that time. So it's one of the first songs they didn't record at Abbey Road, so it might be true. 46 again, 1967, Penny Lane. Penny Lane's Strawberry Fields Forever, for many Beatles fans, or maybe for many music fans, it's one of the best, if not the best single of all time. I like it too, of course. Penny Lane is like Paul's version of a childhood in Liverpool song, and later we will not in this episode, I think, but later we will get to Strawberry Fields Forever, which is John Lennon's childhood memory from Liverpool. Very good song, of course. Classic pop song. 45 is It's All Too Much, also recorded in 1967, but finished and released in 1968 for Yellow Submarine by George Harrison. It's one of the most underrated, overlooked George Harrison songs. It's overlooked because it's on Yellow Submarine, which is the least interesting Beatles album. It's not really like Magical Mystery Tour. It's not even an album. It's just 4 or 5 new songs. But It's All Too Much is my second favorite from the 4 or 5 new songs from Yellow Submarine. It's a great George Harrison song, and one of the few times George Harrison is really rocking. He's not famous for his heavier rock songs, but this is one of the few and one of his best, more heavy rock songs, and very psychedelic song, of course, as well. 44 is from Revolver, but also the single that was released a few weeks before Revolver was released. It's Eleanor Rigby, a classic Paul McCartney song, but it's not really. It's not a classic Paul McCartney song. All Beatles contributed to the lyrics. Even Ringo contributed. It's credited Lennon McCartney, but even Ringo Starr contributed to the lyrics. I think the Father Mackenzie darning his socks in the night when there's nobody there is an idea from Ringo Starr, and Look at All the Lonely People is allegedly by George Harrison. So it's like a teamwork effort, but a great. It's still a Paul McCartney song, and it's a great Paul McCartney song. Great strings by Paul McCartney and George Martin. Classic. 43 is also from Revolver, the opener, Taxman by George Harrison. Great song about, not wanting to pay taxes or not wanting to pay as much as the Beatles had to pay. At that time, there was a Labour government in Britain that raised taxes for rich people very much, and George Harrison was a bit pissed off. The Beatles, were like more of they were Labour supporters if they were anything, because they were working class lads from Liverpool. And the Prime Minister, Wilson, also was from Liverpool, so they never really openly talked about their political opinions with that, but it's pretty obvious that they were more Labour than Conservative. But George Harrison still, on an emotional level, was pissed off that as soon as he made money, after years of not having money, and then he made money, and then the new government gets elected and they take it all away from him. So it was a bit personal struggle for him. 42 is Across the Universe. It's even hard to tell when that was written and recorded, because there were so many attempts at that song. But first I think it was recorded for a wildlife fund sampler. One of the few, if not the only occasion, when the Beatles gave away a song for a charity compilation for the wildlife fund, and that was the first version they recorded. On that version, some female fans that were outside of the studio sing background vocals. They invited those two in and they sang it. But we of course we are referring to the official version from the Let It Be album with Phil Spector's strings. Many people don't like the way Phil Spector arranged it or over-arranged it with strings, and he even slowed it down. But I'm okay with that. I think it's, from all those 3 or 4 versions, to me it's the best version. It's the definitive version of that song. 41 is Lady Madonna. One of, it's hard to say one of Paul's best piano songs, but yeah, it's 41, so it must be. It's a great Fats Domino influenced song. You could say it's a feminist song, one of the earliest feminist songs by a male group probably ever. and I really like it. Yeah, Lady Madonna. Number 40 is the last cover version. We haven't had a cover version for a long time now. I don't think we have any other cover version in the top 100. But of course, the way the Beatles recorded and performed Twist and Shout, they made it their own song. It's basically now a Beatles song. I really like the original version too, but the Beatles version is like a different song. And there's I have a friend, that now a story. I have a friend who used to sing in a barber shop quartet when he was a student and he wanted to make some money, and he was a good singer, so he had a barbershop quartet, and they played on weddings and stuff like that, parties for, and rich people could book them and they would sing at their party. And one day we are talking about the late 1990s. In the late 1990s, that was when he was about 20 years old. He got a job on a ship on a river in Austria. We are from Austria, and there's a river. There's a town called Innsbruck, and there's a river. And there was a big party by rich people, and he and his barbershop quartet performed there, and they also performed the song Twist and Shout. And after they finished, a guy comes over to my friend, and the guy looks, long gray hair, big beard, and he doesn't fit in with all those millionaires at the party, like a homeless person, kind of. And he says to my friend, "Hey, that was a great version of Twist and Shout. I really like your interpretation." And of course my friend said, "Yeah, thank you. And then the old guy with the long beard said to him, "But we did it better." And then my friend suddenly, "Who are you?" And it was George Harrison. He met George Harrison on that party, and because the party was the birthday party of a famous Austrian Formula One driver, and George Harrison was friends with all those Formula One drivers from the 1970s and 1980s, and Gerhard Berger is the name of the driver, and he was incognito at that party in Innsbruck in Austria. Strange story. 39 is There's a Place, also from the Beatles' first album, Please Please Me. This might be one, it's like my favorite or second favorite song from Please Please Me. It's one of the first really great Lennon-McCartney compositions, in my opinion. Not really much more to say about it, because it was in those early days. It was like all those early songs, very simple, but great energy. It's from those early, very very early songs. It's one of my 2 or 3 favorite songs. That was episode, I think, 14. Yeah, episode 14, and more in the next episode. Thank you very much. Well, episode 15. Yes, episode 15, the new episode of all Beatles songs ranked, and I want to make clear, now we're at the upper echelon of Beatles songs. From now on, we're talking about classics. And number 38 is the last entry from Ringo Starr, Sir Ringo Starr, Yellow Submarine. It's often put down. I've seen videos in recent months, especially when people ranking albums, and many people, of course, rightfully so, think that Revolver is one of the best or the best Beatles album. But there were some videos when people are going like, there's only one track I would skip on that album, and that's Yellow Submarine. And why skip Yellow Submarine? What's wrong with you? I mean, Revolver is a perfect album, and it's also perfect because it needs some light-weighted fun like that. And it's the sounds are it's not just it's a children's song, of course, but it's so much more. I think there's lots of sound experimentation, and It's a great Ringo song, and I think you can also hear Mick Jagger and Keith Richards and probably some other people from Swinging London singing the chorus. I think it's, it's even hard to say underrated, but I think nowadays it's kind of underrated. To me, it's a classic. And to me, it's the best song of the Beatles with Ringo as lead vocalist. Number 37 is also kind of Ringo as lead vocalist, but not really. It's the continuing story of Bungalow Bill. Of course, it's John Lennon on lead vocals, but the chorus, like with Carry That Weight, in the chorus they all sing together, and it's Ringo's voice that comes through the strongest. I think it's a great song, maybe one of the more overlooked great songs of the White Album. And you can even hear Yoko sing, and Not When He Looked So Fierce is Yoko on vocals. And it's a great story. Again, like with almost every song from the White Album, it was written, or the inspiration came in India, in Rishikesh, when they were at the transcendental meditation retreat, and there was a guy whose name apparently was Bill or William, and he was like he always had his mother with him, and he was like a spoiled rich kid with a mother, and I guess he had a passion for hunting deer in Africa, something like that. And so John Lennon made fun of that in that song, and I think it's a funny song, but it's also like a social commentary song in a way. I think it's a great song. Number 36 is Things We Said Today. Again, one more of those more overlooked gems. I mean, I think every Beatle fan likes or loves this song, but to put it on number 36, to me it's maybe higher than to some others. But I think to Bob Dylan it's also that high or higher, because it's probably the only Beatles song covered by Bob Dylan, at least on a kind of official record. He did it for Paul McCartney tribute album or something where famous artists are covering Paul McCartney songs a few years ago, and he covered Things We Said Today. So Bob and me, we agree on that. Number 35 is Something from Abbey Road. George Harrison, often described as one of the best love songs of all time, like by Frank Sinatra. I think Frank Sinatra called it the best love song and the best Lennon-McCartney song, but it wasn't a Lennon-McCartney song, so that was his fault. It's a great song. Inspired, maybe a bit. It's nicked. That's George. Maybe nicked at least the inspiration to the first for the first line in the lyrics from a James Taylor song that also starts with the line "something in the way," but that's just a little complaint. The melody and everything else is 100% George, as far as I can tell. 34 is also, in my opinion, one of the best love songs, maybe one of the 20 best pop love songs of all time, and I Love Her. Great song from A Hard Day's Night, also a great scene in the movie, in my opinion. I think it's very cool scene. And I Love Her. 33 is the title song from A Hard Day's Night. A Hard Day's Night. Great up-tempo Beatlemania, high energy song. It's one of the best from those early 63, 64 period kind of songs, and it's a classic. 32 is a song that wasn't a classic, but I think now it has redeemed itself as a classic. It's Hey Bulldog from the, again, Yellow Submarine soundtrack. I think 20 years ago or 30 years ago, it was very overlooked because the Yellow Submarine soundtrack was overlooked because it, let's face it, the Yellow Submarine album isn't even an album, and if we count it as an album, it's the worst Beatles album, of course. There's just 4 or 5 new songs, the rest is orchestration by George Martin, but so it tended to be very overlooked, like It's All Too Much, which is also a great song. We've had it like 1 episode ago. Hey Bulldog is the best of those 4 or 5, I think it's 4 new songs from the Yellow Submarine soundtrack, and nowadays I think it's considered a classic. It's one of those. It's like with the Ram album by Paul McCartney. No one liked it 30 years ago, but now everybody thinks it's one of the best songs, and it is one of the best songs. Especially the instrumentation, the arrangement, bass line, piano, guitar, drums, those kind of things are almost perfect in that song. It's like a perfect showcase for what the Beatles as musicians can do in 2 minutes. Next one is 31, I Want You, She's So Heavy. One of the greatest songs of the Abbey Road album to me, and I'm not sure if maybe there are 1 or 2 still missing from Abbey Road, but this is in my top 3 Abbey Road songs. It was recorded a bit before the most of the Abbey Road songs were recorded. It was like in a transition period between the Get Back sessions and the Abbey Road sessions. So it wasn't really in the Abbey Road sessions. It was, I think, in February or March '69. They recorded it with Billy Preston on organ. And I really hate is too much, but I really dislike the 50th anniversary Abbey Road edition. I don't need a remix of any Beatle album. I think they were good the way they were mixed in the first place. I think it's just a money grab, basically, and I don't like those mixes. But still on the 50th anniversary box set of Abbey Road, I really like that box set, and the money spent on it for one reason, and that's the alternate take of I Want You, She's So Heavy that's on there, which is even better maybe than the released version. It's a great, even more heavier version with Billy Preston really going wild on organ. And I think, at the beginning, it's like a live cut, all Beatles plus Billy Preston live in the Trident Studios, not at Abbey Road. The Trident Studios are in the middle of London, so it's in a area where people are living, and this song, of course, is so loud. It's one of the loudest Beatles songs, and you can hear at the beginning of the take on that anniversary edition, George Martin talking to the Beatles. We have to make it a bit more quiet, or that we have complaints from people who are living there, and I think John says something like, give us one more try with full loudness. So it's funny that multi-millionaire superstar Beatles, they couldn't play as loud as they wanted. They had to think of the neighbors, that the neighbors don't complain. But they did it, that take, and it's one of the best outtakes of the Beatles, I think. And also the finished version is one of the 31 best Beatles songs in my opinion. Number 30 is a classic. From now on I think almost every song is a classic, but this is really a classic. The Long and Winding Road, from the Let It Be album. This is one of the few instances where I disagree with Paul McCartney's assessment, because he hated the version that got released. He hated the Phil Spector version, but I really prefer the Phil Spector version to the Let It Be Naked version that came out later when Paul revised the album and got rid of all the Phil Spector production. I'm a fan of the Phil Spector production. I think deep in his heart Paul McCartney also likes the Spector production, because anytime he plays it live for the past 50 years, he always plays that arrangement, and he always plays with either with strings or with strings on synthesizers. So, you know, if he didn't like that the Spectre spin on it, why does he play it live that way? I think he hated the Spectre version because it was in this tumultuous time, and it was like the other three versus Paul, and Phil Spector was on Alan Klein's side and on John and George's side, so it was more like a he's the enemy kind of thing. But strictly musically speaking, I think the Spectre version is brilliant. And Paul McCartney, one thing about The Long Winding Road that I think is interesting is he initially didn't write it for the Beatles. Big classic that he didn't write. He wrote it for Tom Jones. He wrote it for Tom Jones. I think I forgot why Tom Jones declined it, but you know, what a mistake by Tom Jones. It would have been maybe the biggest Tom Jones hit of all time. And you know, I can really imagine his voice on that song. He never, even after that, he could have made a version of it. I don't understand why. Didn't he like the song? It would have sounded perfect with... I'm not the biggest fan of Tom Jones, but this song would have sounded perfect with Tom Jones' voice. So that was number 30, and the 29 best Beatles songs. Well, you have to wait for the next episode. Thank you very much. Hello, episode 16. Now it's really I've said it before, the upper echelon. We're really in the older songs. Those 29 songs are probably in my top 100 of best songs ever. And 29 is Ticket to Ride, which is it used to be, you know, when I got to be a Beatle fan in I think 1991, 1992. For the first 1 or 2 years as a Beatles fan, this was probably my favorite song, and it's still one of my favorite songs. It's, you know, I think it was even John Lennon once called it the first heavy metal song. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's a heavy metal song, but I think he was referring to the drum sound. It was the first time they or anybody else recorded those kind of heavy drums with mic'd up drums that were really much a loud snare drum sound, and it's really an interesting arrangement also, the way that Ringo plays. It was Paul's idea, as usual. Paul's idea how the drums were played. Paul also plays the lead guitar on the track. The solo, or the little solo, is Paul McCartney, and John and Paul wrote it about mutual childhood memory. They went hitchhiking or something like that in the late 50s, and they hitchhiked to Ryde, the town in England called Ryde. So it's a bit of a double meaning there, Ticket to Ride. Yeah, it's a great song. And I think it was the first time that Beatles released, it's not like I said, the first heavy metal song, it's not a ballad, but it was the first time they released a song that wasn't like up-tempo. It was the first mid-tempo song they released. And I think it was the first time a Beatles single A-side was longer than 3 minutes. So the times were changing around that time. 28 is Blackbird. From the White Album, one of the best acoustic ballads by Paul McCartney, or maybe by anyone ever. The lyrics, of course, aren't just about a bird. They're also civil rights movements influenced kind of subject. So the blackbird, is in Paul's imagination a black woman fighting for her rights in America in the late 60s. Great song, great melody, great lyrics. One of Paul McCartney's best songs, maybe. 27 is Here Comes the Sun. This is probably the last entry. I'm not sure. I think it's probably the last entry from Abbey Road. Abbey Road was never my favorite Beatles album. Nowadays it seems it's the favorite Beatles albums, especially by younger Beatles fans. On Spotify, usually 5 of the 10 most listened to, most streamed Beatles tracks are from Abbey Road. And Here Comes the Sun is usually number 1 or 2 of the most streamed Beatles songs on Spotify. So it's a song that younger people seem to like. I can see why, because since it's the last Beatles album, it was also the album with the most advanced production. It had almost those 70s kind of production already, and the use of synthesizer. So to modern ears, it sounds maybe the best. And I think Here Comes the Sun, in my opinion, is probably the best song and the best production on Abbey Road. It's a great song. George Harrison had the idea for it in the garden of Eric Clapton, after a long, cold winter. And as George Harrison referred to, the winter of discontent, because the Beatles were fighting all the time, and at the time that he wrote the song, he already knew that the Beatles wouldn't last much longer. And so he was everybody was in a bad mood at the time, all those business problems. And then in late March or early April 1969, it was the first sunny, warm day in England that year, and he didn't have any other appointments. He sat in the garden with Eric Clapton, both had their acoustic guitars. And that was, kind of a day for George where he felt that relief of the sun and no business meetings. And that's what the song is basically about. Great song. 26 is the B-side, if you can call it B-side. Some even think it's a double A-side single. The B-side of Paperback Writer, which is Rain, which is funny that it's not included on this album, the Red album, because they include Paperback Writer, but they don't include Rain. I never understood this, because there would have been room for that song. On the Blue album there are 28 tracks, and on the Red album there are only 27 tracks. I never understood why they didn't take Rain as the 28th track, because 1966 is already underrepresented on that album. There are just three songs from that year, which is strange since it's one of the most beloved years of the Beatles' career. And Rain, Rain would have deserved to be on that album. It's definitely better than Old Brown Shoe or something that's on the Blue album. Great philosophical, psychedelic John Lennon lyrics, and together with I'm Only Sleeping, which was recorded at the same time, the first use of backwards guitars, backwards recordings. And Ringo Starr, to this day, thinks this is the best drumming he ever played in his life. And he said he wouldn't know how to recreate it. It was like a magic moment in his career to play it like that. And it doesn't really sound like Ringo. It's like he's possessed by Keith Moon on that one occasion. It's a great drums, but a great song all in all. That's like we've had Hey Bulldog in the last episode. That's another one of those songs where the Beatles as instrumentalists really work together perfectly. 25 is another example for them working together perfectly, but yeah, it's kind of a different song. Happiness is a Warm Gun from the White Album. I said it before many times. The White Album is my favorite album of all time, and Happiness is a Warm Gun is one of the reasons for that. It's such a strange song. That song, there's no other album I can think of that this song could be on. It's like what the White Album is about in one song. It consists of 3 songs. One bit is about Yoko, a love song to Yoko. Another bit is it's about his heroin phase at that time. And the third part, the funny part, the 50s rock and roll part is about people, especially in America, who think that guns are cool, and Beatles, of course, made fun of that. Great song. But maybe not the favorite song of the NRA. Number 24 is I Will, also from the White Album. This is I think this is probably one of the best love songs of all time, not just by the Beatles or by Paul McCartney. Great song, and cool. It's kind of cool that there's no bass, Paul McCartney, one of the best bass players of all time, but he didn't play bass on that song, he sang the bass. So he's a very creative guy to come up with the idea, hey, now for this song I'm going to sing the bass, I'm not going to play the bass. That is great. 23 is Back in the USSR. Again, sometimes you have like blocks of an album. That's maybe like the stream of consciousness when I'm making the list, that when I'm thinking of this song, then I'm thinking of that song. But whatever, it's Back in the USSR, also written in India. In India, when they were in Rishikesh, Mike Love of the Beach Boys also went there with the Beatles. And so Paul, was inspired with him being there to make a kind of Beach Boys parody on that song. And, he changed USA. There's also a Chuck Berry song called Back in the USA. So it's a parody of Chuck Berry and of the Beach Boys. And he changed USA to USSR, which is funny. Back in the USSR, there's also, of course, the big story behind that song, that Paul McCartney had to play the drums on that song. He also plays lead guitar on the song, but he had to play drums because there was the big argument with Ringo, and Ringo left the band for about 2 weeks after that, unofficially. And that's when Ringo was inspired to write Octopus's Garden, when he was on his own, on holiday, so to speak. And that was his kind of I'm fine on my own song, Octopus's Garden. But the reason for all that was that Paul was once again bossy and told Ringo how to play drums. Ringo didn't play it like Paul wanted it, and then Paul said, okay, now go off, I'm going to do it. And of course that pissed Ringo off, and that was also the time when George got pissed off by Paul's bossy behavior. So this is one of the classic examples of the perfectionist Paul McCartney, the I can do everything better Paul McCartney. But he proved it. He did the perfect job. It's a perfect rock and roll song. Number 22 is going back to the first album, Please Please Me, and it's also the song Please Please Me, from the very, 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 very early songs, like first album. This is my favorite song, I think so. Yes, it is. I can say it. Inspired by Roy Orbison, but George Martin told John to speed it up, so in the end product doesn't sound much like Roy Orbison, but it sounds like the Beatles. With that advice from George Martin, play it a bit faster. George Martin kind of invented the Beatles sound, because since it was that kind of early song, so it was like a blueprint to songs like From Me to You and She Loves You and everything that came later. Yeah, speaking of what comes later, this was the last song for this episode, and we're nearing the end, so maybe the next episode will not be the last, but one of the last episodes. Thank you for watching. Episode 17 of All Beatles Songs Ranked. We're in the top 20, top 21, now it's number 21. 21 is my lucky number, by the way. Number 21, The Word from Rubber Soul. And maybe this is the last song that's more like a deep cut. I guess all the 20 songs, the next 20 songs are classics. Some of the most known and most highly regarded pop songs ever made. But The Word is maybe one of the last, songs that, of course, every Beatles fan knows, but maybe the general public, there are some people who don't know this track, but they should know it. It's my number 21. Maybe it's the first real psychedelic Beatles song, if you can call it psychedelic. It's the first song where lyrics about love are not like about holding hands and kissing girls and innocent boyfriend girlfriend stuff like that. It's love in a general, in a more philosophical way, and that makes it stick out. The bass is great, the harmonium or whatever that instrument is called is such a great idea. And an interesting side story about that song is that it was a major element in John and Yoko getting together in a way, and also in the everlasting feud between Paul McCartney and Yoko Ono, because when Yoko Ono first came to England in 1966, in early 1966 or in mid 1966, she came from New York she was a famous concept artist at that time in New York, and she came to England, and she wanted a friend from the artist circle of hers was John Cage, the famous avant-garde, classical avant-garde composer, and he collected as a hobby sheets of music by great masters, like the original handwriting of Mozart for this or Beethoven of that. And she thought it would be a nice or funny birthday present for John Cage to give him the original sheets for one of the Lennon-McCartney songs. So the first Beatle, she knocked on Paul McCartney's door first. That was the first time a Beatle met Yoko Ono, was when Yoko Ono, without announcing herself, she just knocked on his door, and he was at home. He opened the door and he asked her, "Who are you? What do you want?" And she said, "Do you have anything written down, a song that you wrote? I want to make a present to John Cage." And he said, "Let me have a look. Oh no, I can't find anything. But I ask my friend John. I've a mate John. I write the songs with him. Just ask him." And then he gave her the contact of John Lennon. She asked John Lennon, and John Lennon gave her the sheet for The Word, and she allegedly gave this as a birthday present to John Cage. So, The Word love for John Lennon, it really turned out love. Number 20, and of course, now we're in rumor territory, but of course there's the rumor that when that first meeting between Paul and Yoko happened, maybe something more happened, not just that conversation. Maybe, it was usually when Paul McCartney in those Swinging London times opened his door and a girl was at the door. You can. I don't want to talk further about it, but maybe that was the root of their rivalry was there. You can make up your own mind about that. Number 20 is Help, also from 1965. It's one of John Lennon's own favorites. John Lennon, in interviews when he was asked what his favorite Beatles songs ever were, he often quoted Help, because it was so personal to him. It was, of course, a song about the struggle with fame, how you lose your perception of reality, and how everything is moving so fast, and the ego problems and all the pressure. Help was like a cry for help, of course, for help. In that regard, a great song. Number 19, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, one of the big psychedelic songs. This is the opposite. John Lennon never liked maybe he liked the song, but he didn't like the recording. He once said that he thought it was a terrible recording of that song, but I disagree. I think the recording is the great thing about the song. You know, many things about the song are great, but especially the recording is great. It's a great, you know, it's one of those arrangements where maybe John, like with Tomorrow Never Knows and Strawberry Fields, he didn't get his way, and it wasn't the way he intended. It would have been too much effort, but you know, it's a great psychedelic recording. The lyrics, you know, this is one when I started to become a Beatles fan. You know, this was one of those songs I was really impressed with. You know, the early favorite songs, you know, they remain your favorite songs in a way, and this was one of the songs when I was really when the lyrics really resonated with me. Number 18 is the next of those kind of songs, the other big, or one of the 3 big psychedelic John Lennon masterpieces. It's or 4, maybe it's 4 masterpieces. It's Strawberry Fields Forever. Some people think this is the best song ever. I also think it's one of the best songs ever. It's my number 18. It's another song where John Lennon had different intentions for how it should sound. He wanted it more intimate and more like a ballad. But again, I think he was wrong, and I'm glad that George Martin and Paul McCartney in the end convinced him to make a big production, because the song wouldn't be the same without this big psychedelic production. The Mellotron intro, of course, by Paul McCartney, is one of the great things. But again, this is also a song where the lyrics are the big star. Great, like with Help, great introspective lyrics about John Lennon's insecurities. The next one is number 17, again, John Lennon, Revolution. We've had Revolution 1, the version on the White Album. I think it was like number 100 or something like that, so I don't really like the recording of Revolution 1. Revolution 1 was the first recording of that song, and again, it's like a thread we have, like with the previous 2 songs, Strawberry Fields Forever, Lucy in the Sky. John Lennon wanted it to be an intimate ballad, and he got his way on the White Album version with Revolution 1. But again, it was people like Paul McCartney and George Martin who suggested a more commercial version, a quicker, more up-tempo version. And again, I'm glad they had their way. I think it wouldn't have been it wouldn't have had the same impact with only the White Album version. My favorite version is neither. It's not the released single version, and it's not the White Album version. It's the version they played kind of live. You know, they just sang it on top of a backing track, but semi-live. The version they did for TV with the background vocals. To me, that's the definitive version of that song, and it's one of the best political rock songs of the 60s or ever. It's a great song. And I also like the single version, because it's the version where he sings, if you want destruction, don't you know that you can count me out? And I think that's really, that's what the message of the song should be. And on the White Album version he sings, don't you know that you can count me out in? So it's like, maybe you can count me in. But that's not the message. It shouldn't be about violence. That's the whole thing should be about being against the war, in my opinion. So I'm a fan of the single version. Number 16 is Paperback Writer from 1966. Great song, It's the third of the letter songs, At the very beginning, in the first episode, I told you that Paul McCartney had like 3 letter songs in the Beatles, because in the first episode we had P.S. I Love You, which was like one of my least favorite Beatles songs. All My Loving, like in the middle, and Paperback Writer is like the the best of the latter kind of songs. It's one of those songs John Lennon referred to as a song about boring people doing boring things. But if it sounds that exciting, it must be great to be a paperback writer if it sounds like that. Number 15 is, from now on I can tell you, I just wanted to tell you one of my favorite songs. From now on, every song is one of my favorite songs. But this is now where we are at the place where this is really one of my favorite songs. We Can Work It Out. To me, the best single ever produced is the double A side, maybe the mother of all double A side singles. I think it was the first double A side single, and it was the We Can Work It Out Day Tripper single. And We Can Work It Out is such a great song. That's the perfect Lennon-McCartney song in a way. It has the optimism of Paul McCartney and the more pessimistic, more introspective John Lennon, and they work together perfectly on that song. And even as a third element, it has George Harrison's personality also in it, because the waltz bit that links the verses with the chorus were George Harrison's idea. So it's a great team effort, and it's really a bit, it's kind of what's the word? It's kind of weird or a bit almost creepy that John's idea to that song, because I thought it's too optimistic. John's idea was to sing "Life is very short and there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend," which is like he's looking into the future, and that's exactly what kind of happened, when John was killed. Because the song, of course, can be and should be interpreted also as a song about their relationship in a way, Lennon-McCartney. Great song. Number 14 is maybe to some, it used to be regarded the best song or the biggest song of all time. It was all in the Guinness Book of Records, the song with most radio airplay and most covered song. It's Yesterday. What can you say about Yesterday? I think everything has been told about it. And I'm not going to tell you the story how Paul wrote that song, because that's of course one of those stories, like the Let It Be story, that Paul McCartney basically tells in every interview he's given in the past 50 years. As Paul McCartney fans, we really hate when the question comes, how did you write Yesterday? That's the moment we really hate, because you could ask him so many things. Why do you want him to tell that story again for the millionth time? So I'm not going to tell you this story. And basically it's the same story as with Let It Be, the dream. It's the dream songs. Number 13 is one of those, it seems like I'm a psychedelic guy. All those great psychedelic songs are in those last episodes. Now it's time for Tomorrow Never Knows from Revolver, 1966. Revolver wouldn't have needed this song as the last song. The 13 songs before that, it would have been one of the 5 best albums of all time with those 13 songs. But to put this as the last song on an already perfect album, and to reinvent pop music basically in 3 minutes at the end of an already glorious triumph of an album, that's so impressive. That was the most revolutionary pop song up until that time, I think. Not avant-garde. There were people like Stockhausen. This song, of course, is inspired by their work, but this was the real pop song that was that radical. And you have to admire that, the biggest pop band of their time making such a song. Again, with all those psychedelic productions, John Lennon again wasn't satisfied with the way the recording was done. He couldn't tell his vision in a way to George Martin and Chief Emmerich, the engineer that they could, you know, translate into music. There's a great interview with Chief Emmerich on YouTube where he's talking about his problems, the problems he had with John Lennon. That John Lennon always complained about Geoff Emerick, that he didn't, you know, make the things that he wanted, but he couldn't, you know, really tell him the way he wanted it. And that's in Geoff Emerick's opinion, that was the big difference between Paul and John. Paul could always tell in musical language to Geoff and to George Martin what he wanted, and John never could, and later always bitched about it. But you know, why did he bitch about those things? Those songs are perfect the way they are. Great song. Number 12, the invention of heavy metal, of punk rock or whatever, Helter Skelter from the White Album. At that time, like with Tomorrow Never Knows, Tomorrow Never Knows was, when it was released, maybe the most radical pop song. And 2 years later, Helter Skelter, you know, picked up on that and became the most radical pop song at that time. It was inspired by Paul McCartney reading an interview with Pete Townsend of The Who. They just recorded I Can See for Miles, and Pete Townsend proudly told the interviewer, "We've just recorded the fucking heaviest song of all time, no one will top this." And Paul McCartney told this to the other Beatles and said, "We are the biggest band in the world, we should have the best songs in every in every style, we should top this," and they did. Number 11 is also from the White Album. It's really sad that this can't be in the top 10, but you know, you have to decide which 10 songs are your top 10. This didn't make it. Dear Prudence from the White Album. This is also one of my favorite songs. Maybe it's one or two of the top 10 songs. Maybe I like Dear Prudence personally more than one or two songs from the top 10. But it wouldn't be fair because the next 10 songs are like such big songs, they have to be the top 10. But you know, personally, Dear Prudence really resonates with me. It's about Mia Farrow's sister, you know, again, like we've had Donovan with them teaching them stuff in India. We've had Mike Love from the Beach Boys inspiring the Beatles in India. But also Mia Farrow, the actress, and her sister Prudence also were in India at the time when the Beatles were there. And this song is basically about Prudence. You know, there are conflicting versions of that story. Maybe I'm not going to tell you. Maybe you read it up. You know, I can't say which is the true story. But it culminates with, you know, Prudence not wanting to go out of her bungalow, and John Lennon singing this song to her to make her come out and join the others. And musically, it's one of my favorite songs ever. Again, Paul McCartney on drums. That was also the session, one of those sessions after Ringo left for 2 weeks. And to me, it's one of my favorite drum parts ever. A friend of mine who's a drummer, once we've listened to the White Album in his car, and when Dear Prudence came on, he said, "Wow, terrible drums, what's up with Ringo?" And I told him, this is not Ringo, this is Paul. But at the same time, I couldn't understand why he doesn't like the drums. But I think to a drummer, maybe it's out of time and it's not really played professionally. But I think it's a very artistic kind of way. It's a groovy way of playing drums, and it's one of my, you know, it has so much character that the drum fill, it's not, I can see why a professional drummer wouldn't like that, the drum part, but you know, from an artistic angle, it's one of my favorite drum parts. It's almost part of the composition. And yeah, those were the songs 21 to 11, and the next episode is going to be the top 10 best Beatles songs of all time. Oh. Now, now, now that now is the time for the big one, the big episode. The top 10 best, in my opinion, best Beatles songs of all time. Like I said in the beginning, of course, this is a personal list, so it's just my list. We've already had big classics like Yesterday and Revolution, Strawberry Fields Forever, Help, Blackbird, The Long and Winding Road. So we had really big songs. So those of you who haven't watched every episode are wondering what's left. Um, and so without much further ado, we're going right in with number 10, and this is Let It Be from 1970. The last single released when the Beatles were together, released in March 1970, and it's also one of the last recordings. Some parts of it were recorded during the Get Back sessions, of course, in early 1969, but it was one of the two songs, the other is I Me Mine, who got finished in early 1970 without John. So there's even Linda McCartney on background vocals in the chorus. You can't really hear her, but she's kind of there in the chorus. And maybe that's one of the reasons why John Lennon once said about this song, this isn't even a Beatles song to me, it's more like a Wings song. He put that song down. But what he meant with that was, of course, that he wasn't even on the final recording session, but Linda was. So in a way, it's more like a mix of a Beatles and a Wings song. And of course, it's a great song, but like with Yesterday, I'm not going to tell you the story how Paul got inspired, because this is one of the most told stories in pop history, and it's kind of boring for Beatle fans, I suppose. But no, number 10. This is a big classic. Number 9 is All You Need Is Love, which was like the big single of 1967, of the big Summer of Love single, which was first presented in the first big satellite television broadcast ever in front of, I'm not sure, I don't know the number, but something like 300 or 400 million people. It was the first time so many people at the same time watched TV, the same program. And of course, it's a great song. It sums up everything the Beatles, especially in that era, but to me in general, stood for or should stand for, and everything John Lennon stands for or should stand for. Perfect peace anthem. All You Need Is Love. Number 8, one of those songs, but I guess it's one of those songs that usually are getting called best song of all time. To me, it's only the 8th best Beatles song. It's In My Life from Rubber Soul, great song, inspired by Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, especially the intro outro riff is a bit like Tears of a Clown or Tracks of My Tears, those kind of things. It's one of the few songs where there are conflicting stories who wrote what. John Lennon claims he wrote basically everything of that song, and Paul McCartney thinks he wrote at least 40% of that song. So it's unclear, but of course the driving force of that song is John Lennon, and it's first and foremost those are lyrics by John Lennon. Thinking back of people that for the first time, maybe it's the first time pop music was nostalgic, and it's him looking back at the first peak of his fame on relationships of the past, like Stuart Sutcliffe, who had died 2 or 3 years previously, his mother who had died, but maybe also his childhood friends like Pete Shotton or Ivan Vaughan and people like that. So that's a very touching song and one of the best nostalgic pop songs ever. Very moving. Number 7, is the other live song of the Beatles, A Day in the Life. Also one of those songs who usually are very, very at the top of best songs of all time lists. It's of course the climax and the peak of Sgt. Pepper, of that great album and of that era. This and All You Need Is Love are like the Beatles in the summer of love at their best. It's of course one of those songs with John Lennon contributing bits and Paul McCartney contributing bits, and then they mixing those bits together. The bits are linked with the great orchestra, and it's a classic. What can you say about it? Number 6 is a completely different kind of song. It's the last early Beatles. Yeah, it's the last early Beatles songs in that list. It's She Loves You from 1963. That's to me the best of those Beatlemania songs, especially the live versions, like the Manchester version from late 1963, or in Washington, February 1964, the first Beatles concert in America. That's really when they played this song live. That was like when the most reaction a crowd probably ever gave to a performance in rock history. That's such an iconic, energetic song. The drum intro, the way they sing it, the jazzy chords by George Harrison. It's really 2 minutes of pop perfection. That's if the Beatles would have split up after She Loves You, they still would be one of the best bands of all time, maybe. Number 5 is from Rubber Soul, Nowhere Man. Is this my favorite Rubber Soul song? Well, kind of. You will see what I mean. Kind of my favorite Rubber Soul song. That's another perfect pop song, but completely different kind of perfect pop song than She Loves You, but it has also similarities with She Loves You in the sense that it's a great free vocal harmony song, and it's one of the first songs, at least by the Beatles, with a vocal intro. The instruments start maybe, 8 seconds after they started singing. It's a great idea to start a song. The lyrics are, again, John Lennon's. I seem to like those personal John Lennon songs when he sings about his inner demons and his insecurities. I think most people, at least I can relate to that. And I think he was inspired to write this song during one of those few times in the 60s when he had a writer's block. They had to release an album for Christmas 1965, which became Rubber Soul. So in late summer, early autumn 65, the record label, the management, they told John and Paul, you have to write 14, 15, 16 songs in the next few weeks and record them. And John Lennon didn't have many songs at that time, and he just returned from the big American tour, and he was tired, and he was, a song like Help is about that, that feeling of, wow, it's all too much for me. And so he was inspired to write Nowhere Man one of those days or nights. It was a night, and he couldn't sleep, and he thought to himself, I have to write a song, and he was completely empty. And then he started to think about his emptiness, and that was the inspiration to Nowhere Man in Nowhereland. And, was completely like burnt out. Maybe this is a song about someone being burnt out. But if it's a song about being burnt out, it's the best song ever about being burnt out. Number 4, we haven't had George quite a while. This is going to be the last George Harrison song, and this is going to be the last song from my favorite album. It's from the White Album, While My Guitar Gently Weeps. To me, also not just with the Beatles, also solo. This is to me it's the best George Harrison song ever. It already was a great song when he wrote it and intended it as an acoustic song, a bit like a Blackbird or Yesterday kind of song, just him on the acoustic guitar picking. It also had a very good, the lyrics are perfect. It had an additional verse which was also very good. So some Beatle fans prefer that great acoustic stripped down version, but it wouldn't be my number 4. This acoustic version. It would still be one of George's best songs, maybe one of his 5 best songs. But what really makes this song such a great song to me is not just the great songwriting, it's also that perfect execution, the perfect recording. I can't understand, I've seen many videos where people say, the acoustic version was much better. That's just like, I want to be a contrarian and I want to say something stupid. I think no, maybe this is the perfect Beatles recording in my opinion. Beatles plus Eric Clapton. It's also the best thing Eric Clapton did in his whole career in my opinion. I'm not the biggest Eric Clapton fan. I like Cream, but I don't love them. And I think most of the stuff he did after Cream is not that good. Maybe Layla, but the rest is a bit overrated. But on While My Guitar Gently Weeps, he was on fire, and he was never able. I think he was never able to recreate that. When the few occasions when he played While My Guitar Gently Weeps live, like for instance the concert for Bangladesh when he was on heroin, and he always fucked it up. He never could play that lead guitar as good as on the album version. And I also like all the other elements in that song, like the piano intro by Paul McCartney. That's one of the... This alone would make it a great song. So, that's not on the acoustic demo. So Eric's guitar, Paul's piano intro, the great bass line, Ringo plays perfect drums, the tambourine at the right moment, the background vocals. It's a perfect song, and it's the perfect recording. That White Album can't be better in my opinion. Number 3 is another song where it's about the recording more than anything else. As a song, just, if you play it on an acoustic guitar and sing the lyrics, it would be maybe an okay song, but it's the recording and it's Day Tripper. And I said before that Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out, is my favorite. I think I said it. Is my favorite, or is the best pop rock single of all time in my opinion. We Can Work It Out was number 15. Day Tripper is number 3. So you can see where I'm coming from. Day Tripper to me it's the best riff of all time. It's my favorite guitar riff ever. Great John Lennon idea, that riff. I like the drums as among Ringo's best drums in my opinion. The lyrics are, it's one of also like the word, one of the first psychedelic lyrics. Day Tripper of course isn't just about someone making a day trip. It's also about acid and things like that. And of course it's also a very a very naughty song. In the second verse they sing She's a Big Teaser, and when they repeat it they sing She's a Brick Teaser. They don't sing it, you have to listen hard. They didn't want that song to be censored, so they kind of sang it in a way that it could be this or that, but of course they meant prick teaser, and that's I always love them. I always respect them for being that kind of cheeky and for being for doing in this big commercial pop career to do things like that. I really think that's cool, and it's another great example of John and Paul at their best. Like We Can Work It Out. I think this is the great Lennon-McCartney single where on both songs Lennon and McCartney, the best things about John Lennon and the best things about Paul McCartney come out. Maybe Day Tripper is more 60-40 John song and We Can Work It Out is more 60-40 Paul song, but both are among my all-time favorite songs. And the first album I've ever listened to by the Beatles is this, very rare. I think in England or in America not many people even know about it. I think it was just for continental Europe, maybe only for Germany and Austria. That was a release of and it wasn't really very successful. It was a best of from the late 70s, early 80s. And this was the first time I consciously listened to a Beatles album. And when Day Tripper is, I think, the 6th or 7th song on that, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the 7th song on that album. And even before that, the 6 songs before, I fell in love with the band and I thought, oh, this is my new favorite band. But when Day Tripper came, it was like, wow, that changed my life. That was like and it's also my favorite photograph of the Beatles. So this changed my life. This very unknown compilation of the Beatles. That's Day Tripper. Number 2 is Hey Jude from 1968. That's the best Beatles song. I think my number 1 is a bit not very, but a bit unusual one. But this is maybe the common sense number 1. But it's my number 2. Hey Jude, probably maybe it's the best song ever written. Of course, we all know the story. It's like if Yesterday, Let It Be, Hey Jude, those are the 3 biggest Beatles songs. Maybe not the best, but the 3 biggest Beatles songs. The songs most people know of. And so, like with Yesterday, Let It Be, the story about what this song is about is maybe very well known, but not that well known. It's not as known as Yesterday and Let It Be, so I'm making a short version of the story. It's inspired by John Lennon getting divorced from Cynthia in '68, and Paul to the son Julian, the son of Cynthia and John. Paul was like an uncle to him, and he was very sad for Julian, and he was sad that the marriage, that it didn't work out because he was friends with Cynthia. It's not a secret that he probably liked Cynthia a bit more than Yoko. So he was very sad, and he drove out to Cynthia and to Julian in that phase to reassure them, hey, we're still friends, and whatever happens between you, I'm still there for you. And so very nice. That's typical Paul, probably. And on the way to the house, he had that idea that, hey Julian, hey Jules, don't make it bad, and take a sad song and make it better. Then he changed it to Jude because he didn't want it, it didn't sound as good to him, and he didn't want to be Captain Obvious. He wanted to make it like a more general song. But the interesting thing, of course, is how John Lennon interpreted it, and maybe that, John Lennon was often very paranoid about songs' meanings, maybe things' meanings that are referring to him. But here he probably was right. He always thought that Paul changed Julian to Jude to make it sound more like John, so that it's like a combination that Hey Jude is about Julian and maybe a bit about Cynthia, but also about John, and that Jude stands for John. And that's, as a Northern English working class macho, he couldn't make a love song to John Lennon. So John thought that was like Paul singing for him or about him, but not wanting to embarrass himself of calling that song Hey John. And you can interpret it in that way, you're waiting to someone to perform with, and all those bits, they can't really be about Julian. They're more about... They're probably more about John Lennon falling in love with Yoko Ono, and at the same time John Lennon not just falling out of love with Cynthia, but also with Paul. And it's maybe Paul saying to John, I don't really like the things, I don't really like the way things are developing, but if it's what you want, it's okay for me. So that's, with that second meaning, it's really it's already a great touching song, but that makes it even more moving for a hardcore Beatle and hardcore Lennon-McCartney fan. It's really great from one friend to another. Great song, and the recording is perfect. Of course, there's also another side story about that song is, of course, this was one of the, like back in the USSR, caused friction between Paul and Ringo. Hey Jude caused friction between Paul and George, since George wanted to play lead guitar on that song, and Paul said, no, you don't play on that song. And that was, George at that time already wasn't really good friends with Paul anymore, but that was like really the end of their friendship, one could say. So, now the number one. But before I'm going to tell you number one, I have to not really make an honorable mention. After I read the list, there's one song I forgot. Maybe I forgot more songs, but there's one song at least I know that I forgot one song, and it's I Need You. I think so those of you who thought that I Need You is my favorite Beatles song, so I have to disappoint you. I Need You is not my favorite Beatles song. But after I read through the list, I thought, oh shit, I forgot to rank I Need You. So where do we rank I Need You by George Harrison, 1965? Maybe around number 100. It's like number 100, a good song from Help. Yeah, I forgot it. If I forgot another song, you can write it in the comments. How stupid I am. But now, number one, my favorite Beatles song is I Am the Walrus. I Am the Walrus is my favorite Beatles song. It's really hard to tell why. I can't really give you one specific reason for that. It's, all those psychedelic John Lennon songs rank very high on my list. I think, the four classic psychedelic songs, Strawberry Fields Forever, Lucy in the Sky, Tomorrow Never Knows, and now I'm the Walrus. I think they're all in my top 20 Beatles songs. I don't know why I like those songs so much. Even before I took acid, I liked them. I liked them as a small child already. I always liked and still like trippy, surreal kind of lyrics, and it's also the kind of movies I enjoy. And so one could say it's a nonsense song, nonsensical lyrics. There are of course other people who think everything in that song means something. The song Glass Onion was of course a parody of people thinking too much what this song and other Beatles songs could mean. I'm a bit of both. On the one hand, I really love the Beatles for making songs that could mean everything and nothing, and on purpose. I like that side of viewing it, but I'm also guilty of reading into it, and it's you can read so much into it. It's so interesting. There are of course a few things about that song that maybe have some truth about it. Maybe the line "the walrus was Paul," of course, that's a joke. I mean, the truth in that line is that Paul was the walrus in the sense that he just wore that costume. It doesn't mean anything more than that. But that this was later. They first made the song and then they shot the scene. So it's not really about that Paul is a walrus. I think the walrus is just a character from that Lewis Carroll book Alice in Wonderland. But the interesting things, if it's to me it's interesting, it's my favorite song, are things like some of the lyrics are from John's childhood in Liverpool. His best schoolmate and his best friend in those days before he met Paul was Pete Shotton. And Pete Shotton and John, they used to make funny little children, like funny little poems together and make fun and jokes, and the bit with yellow madder custard, it was taken from a kind of poem they made up when they were like 10 years old or something like that. Other parts, the Eggman, Eric Burdon was probably the Eggman, Eric Burdon from the Animals. There are stories about sex orgies that John Lennon and Eric Burdon attended, and for some reason Eric Burdon did something with eggs when he had sex with women. you know, I don't think anyone who wasn't there at these orgies knows exactly what he did with the eggs, but you know, he seems he had some use for them. And then what's left? What other things are about the... Yeah, and of course, maybe on a more serious note, this was the first song, at least the first song that really was released also, that John wrote after Brian Epstein died. And, you know, bits like I'm crying and you know, there are references, so it's could be like him dealing in a very surreal, psychedelic way with the chaos and the loss of, you know, the chaos after Brian died and the loss he felt. Of course, he was the Beatle who was the closest to Brian Epstein. So it's, in a way, maybe a tribute to Brian Epstein, also a tribute to John Lennon's childhood with Pete Shotton, and a tribute to his crazy sex orgies with Eric Burdon and the Animals. So what better number one could there be for my list? Yeah, I don't know what else to say. That was really a lot. Those were 17 episodes. I think from the next few weeks or months, no more Beatles. Maybe I will focus on other artists now. You know, there are a lot of other artists I like, but you know, the Beatles always have been and always will be my favorite band, and those were not just my favorite songs, those were all Beatles songs, least favorite to favorite ranked. Thank you very much for watching.